Something's wrong with it. Something's wrong with it. Something's wrong with the world. Yeah, we only got one world. That's all we got. One world.
Yeah. Yes, it's me, but the sick version of the Oh my god, hit her bus. Just called me Emma Blank. Yeah, but also like during the job, just look out. Okay, who is opening the door? Like, can we see? Yeah, but I have it, wait. Okay, we are at 2.3. That's the dress code for today. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, we probably will like.
All right, everybody. I hope everybody had nice lunch. I see you are very active. That's nice. Okay, let's slowly get started with the third block of the second day of GA. Um, Over lunch, we were running into some organization difficulties. We have some people that we want to excuse as well. So Michela from Kosice and Orpheas from the Caravel and Denise from the board are basically dealing with some responsibilities and fixing some things. Okay, so without further ado, let's open the plenary. And we will begin with some announcements from Oscar. You can take the floor.
The new clicker doesn't work. The new clicker was turned off. Hello. So I hope that you are not bored already of having me doing presentations. This new one is about best thematic years. So first of all, I would like you to raise your hand if you've ever listened about this before. Oh well, more than I expected. Good, good. Okay, so this whole thing is again inside the LTSP of best, and in this occasion we are going to be talking about impact quite a lot. The impact that we have as an organization and the impact that we have in our stakeholders. So what is exactly best thematic years? This idea came, if I'm not mistaken, last year during the services workshop in Ghent. Thank you, Ghent, for hosting it. And the whole purpose behind is to try to take the most out of what we are, out of our whole network and out of all the events and all the services that we are organizing during the whole year in all parts of Europe. I'm quite sure that the clicker doesn't work, Oscar. Exactly. So, wait a second. It works. So the whole purpose behind it is to have several events and have them all aligned with one unique goal. So at the moment, to give you an example, we try to have a few events in education every year. And then as an outcome, we prepare a paper and we try to improve the engineering education of Europe. However, if we try to think even bigger, we can achieve much more. What if instead of only focusing on events on education and the educational system of Europe, we try to thought about something more including the complementary education that we are providing, about raising the awareness in the students. So this is the main goal of thematic years, to try to have a bigger impact by aligning what we are doing. by having several groups in several parts of Europe working on the same topic from different point of views. So what do we want to achieve after all? Like, okay, it sounds beautiful. You try to put all the events together, but what do you want to get out of it? This clicker is not helping me at all with my presentation, Oscar. So I will try to skip in this part of the plenary as my clicker is a bit limited. So what we are trying to do is to have the power of the network exploited to the maximum. To try to use the fact that we are 94 groups with more groups coming and that we can have an impact in the whole continent only by using what we already have. It's also about increasing the impact that we have, because now each one of your courses is affecting maybe 22 students, or your local rounds are affecting the students that attended. But what if you could also affect the people that are not directly going to your events, or the people that are going to other events in other parts of Europe? So this is what we're trying to do. In total, it could be said like we want to be meaningful as an organization, and Best Thematic Years can actually help us to achieve that. So to put you into context of what happened this year, I saw that quite some of you raised your hands, so it worked a bit from what I see. Um, what we try to do is to discuss it with you in PM, and the outcome and the feedback that we received is that you actually like the idea, and we should continue exploring it, so that we did. So we started swatting. We took the whole concept of having one theme for the organization and tried to look at it from all the different point of views. How would it affect our LBGs? How would it affect each of our services? How would it affect the image of the organization? With all of that, we went to IPF, and a group of people sat down, took the brainstorming of topics that was done in LTAP, and we tried to see, okay, let's see what topics we could actually have as a theme. So with all of that, we were only missing the final point, which was what is the goal that we want to have. I've been talking about impact, but if you have been around, maybe you've also wondered what is exactly impact and what kind of impact do you want to have? Is it about raising awareness? Is it about making a change? There are several options of what impact can mean. However, the lack of involvement in the last discussion that happened didn't allow us to take the conclusion on this final part, of this final goal that we want to have with the theme that we are trying to have during the whole, or during one whole year. For that reason, what is next? Basic, okay, this is not the slide that I was expecting to have there. Okay, I will do first this one. So what is next is basically to start discussing about it. For that, I will not only have this question round that I expect that you also take as a platform to discuss with each other about this idea, but there will also be a discussion group during this GA where you will be able to sit together and help the whole organization deciding what is the goal that we want to have. And about the goals that we could have, and I go back to my previous slide, there are two main ones that have been said all the time. One is about the increase in the impact in general, so trying to actually make a change in one topic that we would choose. And the other one would be to try to focus it on just raising the awareness on one topic. Let's say, for example, that we believe that energy is being a problem at the moment in Europe, so we would like to have it aligned and we would like to just raise the awareness in the continent about the energetical issue. The other way would actually try to have a change. So these two things are similar but are not exactly the same, and deciding is basically what we are missing in order to kick off the concept of a theme invest. This clicker is not helping. So yeah, I wanted to finalize thanking the people that have already contributed. I can see many faces here that were in IPF and that have also been sharing in the LTAPs. But I will also try to motivate you to contribute to this and to try to be active, not only now during this GA, but also afterwards, because this can really mean a change in what we are doing as an organization, and also with the impact that we can have and how we can be perceived by our stakeholders. So I really hope that you take this chance and you help us develop the concept of thematic years. Thank you.
One, two, three. Thank you, Zurita. We will take some questions or comments on the topic of thematic years. have a first question from Extra Alexandra. And then microphone to St. Petersburg.
Just like one statement, one question. So I'll go first with the statement. From ambassador's point of view, this like topic that we are tackling at the moment is a very nice and innovative one. Because taking into consideration what other organizations do in whole Europe and not only in Europe, they really achieve very nice outcomes of joint initiatives. So, for example, a series of conferences on a specific topic, and taking into consideration their success. From my perspective, we really have to follow this path, and we really have to focus on the thematic years in best. And just one question, because the most of the work was, maybe not the most of the work, but a very nice work was done in IPF on the session that I also participated in. But then it somehow lacked the follow-up, because the next mail about that was sent 1 month later, on 20th of March. I checked it now in my mailbox. And then, like, the goal of thematic year also was in April. What was the cause of this delay?
Basically, the cause was that I was in IPF, then in post-IPF, and then I actually had vaccine, and I also moved, so I literally was not home for like 1 month, and the moment that I arrived is when I sent it. Sorry for the delay, you're right, it could have happened earlier.
Thank you, Extra Alexandra. If you want us to fully take the statement in 2 minutes, please write it down and send it to the GA secretaries. And the next question is going to be from St. Petersburg and then from Moscow.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It looks like a really nice idea. But question is, have you already talked with our stakeholders, for example, with companies in round tables? Do they like this idea? Thank you.
I think Naya can answer about roundtables better than me.
Nagia from the board.
Naya from the board. Yes, we had this actually discussion group during the roundtable in Warsaw before PM, and actually companies were quite, let's say, a bit torn apart. Some of them could say that yes, it could have a good impact if the whole thematic, let's say, framework on specific services will be on the specific field that this company is occupying with, but it can also be quite risky in terms of having companies of different fields not being able to participate in best activities and best services at this specific point.
Thank you, St. Petersburg. We have 2 fingers from CRD. Get the microphone.
Just to add some small thing that we gathered the input that this could be also risky for the, let's say, on an international level, but in local groups that it can be quite feasible. So there is a room for implementing this.
Thank you, St. Petersburg, for the question. Next one is Moscow and then Rome TV.
Alexander from Moscow, thank you for your presentation. And my question is, according to your concept, do all of the LBGs need to be involved into organizing events on this theme? And if so, what happens if an LBG cannot organize such event?
Okay, thanks for the question. I don't think that at the moment we would be ready to have all of our groups doing events for one whole theme. And it would also be quite a risk, because if it fails, then we would all fail. So the idea that we had was to try it on a smaller scale. So let's not do 1,000 events at once. Let's maybe choose 20 events that we can split around Europe, some of them about complementary education, some competitions, maybe a job fair, and we can see, like, does it work, does it not work? If the outcome that we have is positive, then we can try to expand it a bit more. If we are already satisfied with that, we can leave it that way. And if it fails, we would still be on time to kill it before it actually is bad for us as an organization. So no, not all LVGs would be forced, and no, not all the events would be around the same theme.
Thank you, Moscow. Now we will have a question from Extra Joao. It's just behind you. Please stand up.
So, hi, Extra João. I was actually interested if you could clarify me on how. I was interested if you could clarify me on how the process of choosing these teams for the years will be done.
I can explain you what we had in mind for this time, as ideally we wanted to have it selected in this GA. So what we did is open a brainstorming on topics, then we did a positive, negative, and potential ideas around it, and then it would have been brought back to the plenary so that the plenary decided what they wanted the next from the next year to be. So if this changes, I don't know. It will also depend of the next people that will be taking care of this whole idea of having a theme invest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then we will have OBG Zurich, also on that side of the plenary.
Sharina, OBG Zurich. I'm wondering if you're talking about this test run, how would you kind of determine which project should be in or which events? And is 20, maybe that was probably just a proposition, but it's maybe a lot to start with? I have the idea.
It was really just an example. So what I had in mind is you can already think about some topics that could have been interesting to develop. So let's say in energy, you could have said, okay, we would like to have a course about green energy and one about nuclear energy because they're like the opposite ones and it could have been nice. Super random example. So if you have these kind of ideas, you can list them down and the LBGs can actually apply for them. So if the LBGs actually want to develop these ideas because they maybe have the support from local companies or from their universities, then you would already have like matching theme and LBG and you can continue working with this. If an LBG has an idea, they could also be able to propose it. Like, I would like to do this event regarding this theme that is exactly this one. And then you would try like internationally to make sure that there's a balance. Does it answer your question? Because I see you're a bit confused. So maybe I didn't understand you.
Have a two-finger.
I just see some difficulties if you then have some people in these test runs. Like then the goal at some point will be that a lot of events are fitting the theme, no?
As I was
As
saying,
you kind of asked that
yes,
you can't really punish the ones that are not in there.
well, it would never be about punishment. Like, there's no punishment. But as I said, the end goal also depends on us. Depending on the goal that we want to have, we will need more events or less events. So it's not like for sure we would need to have 200 events aligned. We want to have as many aligned as we want. So it's also up to you to say what kind of impact and what kind of outcome do you want to have. It's not about me to determine that.
Thank you, OBG Zurich. Next question will be from OBG Izmir, and then Extra Gabor.
Turgut from LBG İzmir. Can you give an example as the team for a year? And can you specialize this for e-bag or courses? How would we imply this to the events? Because it's not clear in my mind.
So you want an example? Okay, I was using energy until now, so I will try another one. So one of the topics that were discussed in IPF was, for example, space to the, journey to the space, so around aerospatial engineering and around aerospace. So for example, you could have a course in which you want to focus on how to practically, you're taking care of all the, it's called spatial trash that is like floating around Earth and we don't know how to recover. So you could have a course aligned to that. You could also have it as a competition, as a team design. You could have it from an educational point of view of why is it not popular? Why is people so scared of that? How can we actually improve education so that people don't feel that these things are too far away? You can see it from the point that the United States is usually always the first one in everything. What happens so that Europe is not there? This also gives you like room to have discussions, to have events, to specialize in different things. If you want more example about courses, you could have one about telecommunications applied into long distance signals. You could have it about astrobiology. There are many ways, so the idea would have to have all of these aligned towards one final goal so that all the events that happen would contribute to it. Is it better now for all of you? I saw quite some bees.
Next one is Extra Gabor.
Extra Gabor, as you mentioned, that not about forcing anything, but if we go for like the promoting the whole stuff, and could you a little bit elaborate from the material point of view, what exactly would be what motivates the LBGs for it, like support or what?
You mean like why an LBG should be willing to contribute?
Yes.
Well, basically because the decision will come from this plenary. So I expect that if this plenary wants to actually work for thematic years, they will also be willing to contribute to it. If not, you will vote no. I mean, why should I tell someone to do EBEC? EBEC is not mandatory, but this plenary loves EBEC, so we do EBEC. So I expect thematic years to be the same. If you love it, you are going to do it. If you don't, it doesn't matter if I chase you around with knives, you're not going to do it. So I think that the motivation of trying to have an impact in Europe is the best one that we can have to make thematic years happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Extra Gabor. As we are going a bit over time in this block, I would recommend that the next fingers from Extra Joao, Leuven, and Vivaldi department approach Zurita afterwards, if that's okay. Well, thematic years represents a quite new concept in BEST. This was not really around when Oscar and me were in the board, and I think it was mainly the Caravel at their services workshop that thought about it. It's a really big and bold idea, which is either going to be a really big step forward for BEST, or it's not the kind of thing that we should be doing. And I think here on a GM is a really good place for all LBGs to actually think if this would be good for them and give feedback to the board and the people of services. So thank you, Zurita, for trying to innovate best services. Now, for the next block, we're going to hear from the departments that we did not hear about yesterday. So there's 10 in total, and we're going to have another 5 today. And the first ones are going to be from the training department. So Xenia from training department, please come to the middle.
Thank you. What about the clicker? Thank you. Hello, dear plenary. Before I start my presentation, I would love to invite all the trainers and tutors to the middle. Yeah, quite some of them. Okay, now when we are all gathered, we can start the talk. Yeah, and we are going to talk about actually annual action report of training department. It's report 11 and proposal 13. If you want to follow, you can open these documents right now and prepare yourself for the commission afterwards. So let's talk first about the contribution of training department to the EAP of BEST. We had the following actions to contribute. First one was making training handouts available for LBGs. Basically uploading to the public archive the handouts from the training sessions that we believe LBGs can get to know stuff from and actually use if something happens that they cannot receive the training session on time or that they cannot get the trainers for their motivational weekends or something. So the materials are available. And I'm happy to say that this task was being done throughout the whole year. For quite some time, it took some time to process all the handouts and stuff. And today, it's done. Actually, today, Secretary of Training Department is putting this stuff online on PA, and by the end of GA, you will receive an announcement mail where to find this stuff and how to use it. The next action was about contribute to the update of the organizer's handbook for internal events. A training department contributed to the feedback of a handbook for the organizers of train shops, TTAs, and traps. And it's successfully done. This task was part of best task list.
And it's already there on PA, so if you're thinking about organizing train shop, TTA, or trap, you can go there and check it out. Then there was an action promote what should be KT document, and unfortunately this action is not done because the document was not finalized, so training department couldn't contribute over there. Then we were about to promote the idea of planning in general, and it's successfully going. We've been having discussion groups all around JBTs and items, and also quite some sharing sessions on JBTs, on train shops and stuff like this. So it's successfully going. We're working on it. It's continuous. Then about having strategic planning sessions, meaning training sessions. By today, we have 47 training sessions on strategic planning done. And its number is growing. So it's also on schedule and successfully being done. And then finalize the training strategy. It was done even before PM, and it's also on PA. So you can find the updated one quite easily on PA in the training department wiki page. So it's done. Then about department projects, we had 3 projects this year that are successfully running. The first one is a training trap development, and it's still going. What is it about? It's about evaluation of current state of traps, because traps are quite old event. And we decided to evaluate what is happening regarding traps. This project team had a short intensive meeting in Vienna in February. First, February was the deadline for this project when we planned it in August, but apparently winter trap didn't happen, so we decided to prolong this deadline, and reporting of the project is happening right now. And outcomes are to be KT to the Trap 26 team, which I'm a coordinator of, so I will make sure that the outcomes are implemented, the traps are actually getting better. And thanks a lot to the project team that are doing everything. Next project is TCHR strategy. First, the coordinator of this project was Attila Akats from LBG Hanya, but apparently he had to resign. So now Arnold Moshammer is taking care of it, and it's about the revision of TCHR, what we are doing, what we are not doing, and developing better practices and implementing them. Then training events timeline, the coordinator is Fergus Coronato. And this project is about developing the guidelines for proper timeline building for training events, because it's a complicated thing. The project is delayed, but outcomes will be done anyways by the middle of May. So we hope that for the next year, the outcomes of this project will be implemented. Also, the local training plan, it was kind of project, kind of not. This year, LTP tool was made available for all the LBGs to apply at any time, and already 25 LBGs took part in it, and all of them received their local training plan. And implementation phase is on, so it's also quite successful. Yeah, and 2 projects didn't happen. We were quite ambitious, but we couldn't find the coordinators, so they were moved to the next mandate. About the training events that we had this year, we had 15 JBTs. Finally, all areas had the JBTs, and it's a huge success for us. We had 5 train shops, 2 traps, 2 TTAs, and even more, 1 T-tram. The highlight of the year is for sure technical training or tutors and tutorials. Finally, we had introduced the new concept of TTA, a new concept of a tutor in the matrix structure. We had 2 events. We have 26 graduates from TTAs, and they're delivering all around. Also, mentoring issue for them was figured out, and their training part of TA is adjusted for tutors. So what's left? We're still about to have Known 12 that is happening in Lviv in May. We are about to start GBT preps. We are about to start trap preps, and making events for the September, and basically keep contributing to the AAP, finalizing tight AAP, and finalize the projects. So if you want to learn more, you know where to go. Wiki page, department page, or to the mailing list. And if you still have some questions, you can join the commission, or approach me, Arnulf, and other training department members in the breaks, or just drop a mail to TITETS, which is basically me and the secretary of training department. So thanks a lot to all the trainers and tutors who delivered 3,171 hours before this day. So thanks a lot to you. So thanks a lot to all the hosts who actually hosted tight coordinated events. You contributed a lot, and it means a lot to us that those events happens. So thank you, and thank you for your attention.
1, 2, 3. When you kind of think about it, it doesn't really make sense to build a student organization, because you're talking about building an organization with people that don't know anything and have not done much. We don't have that much knowledge and experience generally when we come into BEST, but departments like the training department have made it their purpose to, these 3,000 hours every year, really instill that knowledge and those skills into us. That's part of what makes BEST so powerful, and they are something a lot of organizations are very, very jealous of. Thank you, trainers, tutors, and training department. The next department that will present is the Corporate Relations Department. Natasha, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, all CRD members and project members to the middle, please. Chop, chop. Okay, let's start. So I'm going to present you the annual action report of Corporate Relations Department. So what we do, we are actually trying to fulfill the budget of international BEST and help in many ways the organization to function by supporting the local groups in organizing internal events, assuring that people can travel and receive travel reimbursements, and support GMs and EBAC, and also maintain the best career support. I will present you now the annual partners and event partners of BEST that we are fundraising throughout the year. So we have two corporate partners this year. It's Whirlpool and General Electric. As you could notice that we are promoting them quite a lot, and they share the same values with us, so we are quite proud to have them as partners. We have Best Career Support Partners. This is the second level of annual partnerships, and these are the partners that are currently cooperating with us. Then we have two supporters, Veolia and Amcor, and university partners. You can all see them. And then we had two project partners. These are short-term for only 2 months, and we had two this year. All of this, you can find it on public website, and you can read their profiles and what they're offering. For the president's meeting in Warsaw, we fundraised in total of 19,000 euros, and we had an official opening day with a job fair and other activities like workshops, and these were the partners presented there. For the Best Career Day, we fundraised 17,000 euros, and these are the partners that were there. It happened in Brussels, and the second edition of Best Career Day as a standalone event. For EBAC Final Brno, we are still in the process of fundraising. However, the task partners are already fulfilled, so we cannot sell any more task partnership, only the promotional partnership, and we are actually finalizing one potential with Autodesk, so we'll see how it goes. Also, LBG Brno contributed a lot in fundraising and selling the tasks. One of the services that we are having since this year into our packages, and it's quite a new service that we are, let's say, selling to the companies and universities, is the Best Career webinar. We had two successful editions this year with Total and Energy, and the next one will be with Apple in May, so stay tuned and just ask me if you want to have more information about how you can participate in this. No? No? Okay. So let's go to the contribution to the annual action plan for this year. Under the strategic objective, improve the evaluation and development system for services, we helped in assessing the current state of BCC, the Best Career Center that Patricia yesterday presented to you, and presented all the tools that we have, like such career newsletters, social media posts, the webinar. So we provided the feedback and gave ideas and some of the members took tasks and help in executing these goals. About the defined cooperation areas for companies in educational involvement services. We had this idea in investigating how we can involve, how we can have new partnership opportunities involving educational involvement services. And during IPF, Winter IPF, we defined the selling points. We presented during the roundtable in Brussels, in BCD, and now we are analyzing the outcomes, how it will go further. Regarding the Achieve system for coherent external communication, we contributed in a way that we provided information for the external communication wiki guidelines about our partners and everything that was from our side. We completed. Okay. About the implementing HR tool for people doing external relationship in BEST. So all of the bodies are involved in this, let's say, creation of the HR tool. So usually the people that are going to company meetings, annual partnership responsible, and all the members that are fundraising are doing some external relations. So we have those people there and their skills and everything. Regarding optimizing cost and expenses, we cut this, we decided that we are not going to change and update the bundles of final round of EBAC because we think that at this moment this is not possible, and we suggested to find another way how to decrease the expenses and the budget of the EBAC final round, as you could see in the presentation today. Then we investigated the potential discount on travel expenses by transportation companies. However, we didn't finalize this because we realized it's not an easy thing to do. We cannot just exchange some service. It's from situation for situation, different negotiation. So we hope that until July we will finish this as well. But the investigation is done on how we can cooperate. The impact of the services is increased. So, as you mentioned, as we saw in the previous presentation, I will not talk about a lot about this. We had it in roundtable gathering input. Okay. Then about the BEP, as mentioned in previous presentation, it was cut. And also the implementation of a plan for online competitions. We gathered the input and we hope this is going to be a good ground for the next generation to continue working on this, and hopefully in the future we will have it. These are about the department-specific goals. Ensure the attendance of CRD members to conferences, job fairs. We sent some members to bonding job fairs and try to get some partners. Then about the LinkedIn forum, we created a LinkedIn forum for BCD. We're still analyzing how the impact was. And we also talked with our partners what they think about this, and we concluded that we should work on increasing the usage of LinkedIn in students and promote this, this social media channel. And then we can create this LinkedIn for everyone and think about topics and everything. About the startup bundles, we had one startup during BCD, and until July we will finalize the bundles for them. And also we created AP for the annual partners responsibles guidelines and how we can work better, how they can execute their duties in a better way. And also we worked more closer with the treasurer, and communication flow was quite good. So this was it. You can join our fundraising projects, check the IPP, and you can always subscribe to local fundraising and CRD and contribute in our threads and try to fundraise for BEST International. I would like just to thank LBG Belgrade for organizing EVAC Final and OCD, LBG Warsaw for organizing PMOD, LBG Brussels and LBG Brussels ULB for helping during the BCD, and all fundraisers that contribute during this year. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. CRD has the super hard job of not just sustaining most of the budget of BEST, but also of carrying one of our major services. That means they have to constantly show sometimes multi-billion-dollar companies that BEST is a professional organization and that they can get results done. And for me, that actually makes them the perhaps most impressive team within BEST. So congratulations, CRD. That was the second department R. Let's go to the third, which is going to be done by membership department. So Stathis, please come to the middle.
Hello, I'm Stathis. I'm Membership Department Coordinator, and I'm going to present to you the Annual Action Report of Membership Department. But before we start, MD to the middle, that includes members, trainees, doctors, everyone. Come, fast. Okay, so let's start with why are we here. So membership department is here to provide support to every LBG that's in need of it. And what did we do this year? Well, for starters, we had some tasks in the annual action plan of BEST. In hour 3, supporting LBGs in doing planning, we had to do a survey about how it is that you actually do this planning. And we did that. We processed the results and we have them published in our public mailing list. You can check it out. There was also something in the AABF Best about implementing health indicators as tools for membership cases. You heard a lot about this yesterday. This goal spawned the RAI project and the health indicators version 2 project. RAI was a strategic one, health indicators was under the membership department, and I will not say anything else because you heard a lot of things yesterday. Now, for department-specific work, our main thing is nursing, which is the main support mechanism of BEST for your groups. We have currently 8 nursing projects running, and we have successfully completed 9 since the start of the mandate. For other department tasks, we began developing nursing. We created reporting guidelines for doctors, which have now finished with their feedbacking, and we will soon send them to doctors so they can actually report better what it is they are doing. About improving communication channels between doctors, there were no actions taken because all resources went for making these report guidelines. Yes, we want to also measure the impact that nursing has in BEST, see if what we actually do helps you. Nothing is done yet, but we already have the evaluation form from last year, which... How can this go away? Perfect. Where was I? Yes. We already have the evaluation forms. We are going to change them a bit, bring them up to date, and send them to all the people and LBGs and everyone that was involved in nursing. Analyze them and pinpoint the weaknesses of nursing that we can work on next year. As I said, we will keep this data. We also have data from last year, and we're going to use them to see what went wrong with some nursing cases, and why didn't the groups recover. So where you can find us, there is nothing new here. It's the same thing as every other department. We have a mailing list. You can contact me directly. You can check department pages, IBP, PA in general. And that's it. Thank you for your attention and see you in commissions.
1, 2, 3. BEST consists of LBGs as its members. They are, or you are, the core of this organization that provides ultimately all or almost all of the services. A membership team makes sure that all of you are stable and sustainable and capable of staying strong, best members. I think you're in a good position to know that that's a beautiful thing. So thank you, membership department.
Structure yourself, Matthew.
And now it's the turn for the Educational Involvement Department. So Dragana, or Kat Dragana, please come to the center.
Okay. Hello. So first I invite all the seducers to the middle, meaning department members, project members, task responsibles. And technically the facilitators of the OD are kind of also project task members. Okay. Yeah, this clicker is not the same as the picture though. I understand now the confusion of people. Okay. So I am here to present the annual action report of the Educational Involvement Department. Sorry for the delay, guys. Okay, so the statement of purpose of the department, as I was saying in the official opening day, we have two aspects on which we focus on. First is the gathering of input from students and the raising of the awareness on educational matters and why education is actually important. And then we take all of these opinions and give it to people that actually care and to educational institutions and partners. So first I will talk about the contribution to the annual action report of annual action plan of BEST. One of the first goals is to that BEST services are constantly evaluated. We had a couple of actions under this, which both are completed. It's concerning the United Nations of Evaluations project and our contribution and input on the needed evaluations and how they should be conducted in the future. The next goal is the scope of educational involvement is broadened. There are also two actions under this. The first one is LAY-SIT, local educational involvement, short intensive training, which took place in Krakow 1 month ago. You will hear a more detailed presentation later on GA. And the second one is about the company's involvement. Natasha already explained a lot of things, so I will not go too much into details. We had quite some sessions in the last 2 IPFs, which were very fruitful, and we look forward to exploring this field. The next one is on the information about external communication is made more accessible. This is not super complicated. It's delayed, but it will be done by the end of the mandate. It's basically a wiki page which consists with all the information on external relations. Next, what we did is that the HR tool of external relations was created. We also added all of the members which have been to conferences, to partner meetings, and yeah, from our side, this was updated. The impact of best services is increased. There are 2 actions under this, and one that is cut is about assessing the impact of services, and you had an explanation from about this from the board already. And the second one is about best thematic years. We had given our input on the possible topics connected to educational involvement. And you might have heard about the infamous, which did not happen. It's best educational platform. A lot of resources were put in the past few years by a lot of people, but unfortunately it happened also this year that there were delays for different reasons, and the project was decided to be cut. And now I will talk a bit about the department work. So we had a few projects. The first one was Rethinking Scientific Work. It's a very nice name. Unfortunately, it was delayed due to personal reasons of the project coordinator. However, we do believe after assessing the situation that he's more than capable of conducting the project, and it will be done in the next month. The second one is the revision of the EOE handbooks. If you have organized an event on education in the past, or you plan to, or you applied, I'm sure that you're familiar with this document. We did a full revision, we updated it, we made it more clear, and now we also have a task list, which is helping a lot the content teams, which are creating the content of the events. And of course, the LBGs. We also have 3 events on education, which are happening this summer. Thanks a lot to LBG Hania, Porta, and Romtor Vergata, who applied and got to be organizers of these 3 events. And it's on schedule. All the projects on our schedule. We also have 3 paper teams, and you will hear more about what we write about on education and what the students actually think of the future of education in the next presentation about the paper teams. We also had a project about the official opening day. Some of you were on sessions connected to educational involvement, and we were working on this in the past few months. And we also have an ongoing local educational involvement support. The coordinator is here, Hania, you can always approach her. There were quite some LEOs happening during the year, and I would like to thank all the LBGs that contacted us and worked on this field. And our members also went to a few conferences and meetings. We had 2 Kolohi meetings, which is a project focusing on civil engineering education and development. There were also 3 besties. We had the very good chance to be invited to the European Convention for Engineering Deans, which is quite a badass event. And you can talk with Yaya more about it if you want to know. And now one of our members just attended the IEEE EduCon conference on engineering education. And if you want to know more, you can subscribe to our mailing list. You can always approach these people that are in the middle, especially me and Hania, who is the department delegate. And many thanks to everybody who contributes to educational involvement.
1, 2, 3. So being in BEST makes you forget this sometimes, but the point of being a student is that you go to classes and that you listen to professors. And generally, these are not that into listening to feedback from one student or even multiple students. But if we can bundle the voices of students together through the network of BEST, then it turns out that we are credible even to the highest engineering organizations that exist out there in the world. And this is a very impressive achievement. Thank you, Educational Involvement Department. And the final department presentation will be from the IT department. Dino, you can leave your laptop there and come to the plenary.
Good morning. Okay, Techno Chickens, ITers, project members, and people affected by developer meetings, lie down. Chop, chop. Okay. So, get your bottoms here, observers. Okay. So, good morning. My name is Dino, and I'll present, guess what? IT Department Annual Action Report. So, let's start with the things that are already either on PA or in their final testing phase before being deployed. So, Contact Database is a lovely project that we did for our external relations people and educational cats. And basically what it does, it allows them to store contacts and leads on what they did with those people on different conferences and stuff. Next project is Best Position Tracker, which tracks positions in Best. So for instance, our lovely Matthew here was a board a few years ago. He was a president. If you go to his PA profile, you won't find that out. It just says what he did locally. And I think he would like to have that on his PA. And also it would be very nice if you could find who were presidents of Best, who were coordinators back in the day and stuff like that without going through all the documents of Best. So that's the point of this project. Next, IPP 2.0. So IPP is the place to get internationally involved and the place to actually find out our projects in best. We developed a new version of this platform, which actually just makes it easier for you to find this information. PAPVS maintenance is a project coordinated by lovely Paquito here. And this project is not finished. It will never be. It fixes little bugs and little tweaks that we have on PA. And this year they did over 100 tasks, so congrats to them. Macumba Error is another project we are doing. It handles errors. BCD and eBay websites. We recreated this website because they asked us to do it. We actually helped recreate the BCD website in Macumba, which is nice from Dragos. Where are you? Gaza. Also, we made tasks more bearable for people who want to do eBEX. Okay, now some things that we didn't finish yet, but they're currently working on and should be finished in future. Coding BCC related stuff. So if you remember yesterday, we had a presentation by Patka, and she was mentioning things that they want to develop on PA. Guess who has to code it? Feel free to join in. Okay, bus refactoring. This project actually just aims to make bus, which is the cornerstone of all PA. It's actually the start of ITC back in the 90s, and we just want to make it now more modular, so that we can in future adjust it to the needs of best. So that best, if we want to drastically change the way we do courses, for instance, best doesn't have to wait for a year or two for us to code that thing. This is handled by our lovely Oscar, among other things he handles. Okay, another very fun technical one, replace tick session with actors. Basically what this will do, it will completely change the way PA decides, should I have access to this particular page that I'm trying to open? And yeah, it'll just touch every part of PA. Why do we do this? So that in the future we can actually, it's easier for the people to code new parts of PA and easier to modify current pages. Sadly, because we have to work, some things got delayed over time. One of these things is the best library. It's a library of best knowledge, and we plan to tackle it in the following months. Another one is coding standards, which we plan to do on a developer meeting, but sadly we decided to actually code on developer meetings instead, so this will be tackled in the following month or two online. Okay, thank you for listening. Any questions, you can find me at commissions or at random places, and Tululu.
1, 2, 3. So we bitch a lot about Macumba errors in BEST, and we've done a bit of that in this presentation. But if you ever start working at a company or university, you'll find out that the best system of the IT system of BEST is actually super good, and it's the envy of a lot of organizations. And we could not be working as efficiently and productively as we are without the work of these people in the middle. Thank you, IT. And you will be seeing all these lovely people back in your commissions, which are going to start at the end of this block. Right now we're about halfway, which means I think it's time for some entertainment. Oscar, can you help us out with that?
Sure can. So everybody please stand up. So one thing I really like to do, especially when I feel tired, is listen to music. And because this is a general assembly, I think I found the perfect song which talks about decision making and having to face tough choices. And I would like all of you to sing with me.
You are my fire, the one desire. Believe when I say I want.
Thank you, Oscar. Incidentally, I also think this was an excellent stress test for the board platform. It can survive Backstreet Boys playback. That's cool. Now, for the next block, we're going to go back to a project and associated proposal. It will be the external events projects and proposal. I seem to have an announcement from... okay, yeah, you were just passing the mic. Sorry. In that case, Georgia, you can start.
Hello, I am Georgia, the External Events Project Coordinator. How this works? Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little story about how Captain America will fought to bring freedom to external events of BEST. So, let's start from the beginning. We have Hydra has been ruling us for quite some years now with their powerful weapon of array of regulations of admission and exclusion. That has led us to not feeling comfortable to create new external events, new events to provide to our stakeholders. So this has led us to stagnation, not having like new stuff and innovating enough, not feeling comfortable to do it. So, what did we need? We need something new, something strong, something to fight this problem, to fight Hydra, let's say. So, this is External Events Project, which we can call it as our own Captain America. So, what is it? It's a strategic project, which means that follows the LTSPO best, that falls under the IP2, which basically says to improve the evaluation and development system for the services. So, okay. What was Captain's mission? Basically, his mission that started around December was to create a new framework for new events. So, the milestones about his mission was to create some basic criteria that LBGs can follow in order to organize these events, and to also define some quality standards that these events have to follow in order to, for the events to be quality enough to satisfy our stakeholders, and to perform, let's say, a risk analysis of this idea, this project. What if we didn't know if this this whole idea would be beneficial for BEST at the beginning or not? Maybe it would harm it somehow. We needed to find what kind of risks this whole procedure, this whole new implementation would bring. So, Captain took his first fights into this time, and he tried to tackle the first objective, the first milestone with online, the criteria. We tried to define the criteria online through quite a lot of threads, and we used kind of different ways of asking for input from the relevant bodies of BEST, such as all the departments that are related to services, and all the projects that are related to services. The second way we tried to fulfill the goals of the project was through Winter IPF. The two other milestones were tackled there. The quality standards, where there was a session about finding out what are the basic quality standards that we want to have the events to follow in order to perform quality events. And the risk analysis was also tackled in Winter IPF. Yes. And finally, we had some, the project team and wasn't satisfied with some of the criteria, so we decided to ask the feedback of in LTAB from everyone about some specific criteria, but for the whole work that had been done through these months, through the LTAB mailing list. Let's talk about BEST mailing list, where a lot of people from a lot of different bodies and LBGs can have access to. But where does this bring us? What happened? What happened with all this work? What So basically, we created a new document. We created the external events definition document, which contains What else? What else? The criteria, the quality standards, and the procedure. The criteria is the basic criteria that any LBG that wants to organize an external event has to follow. The quality standards, as we said, is the really standard things that this event has to have in order to be considered as a good event, and the procedure that the LBGs will have to follow in order for their event to be considered as external. I need to point out that it is really regulating the absolutely basics in order to help. It's really soft criteria, really soft quality standards, which we aim to help LBGs to feel more comfortable, to innovate, to create something very new, something that they didn't have the courage to do before. Also, it is mentioned in the document that the procedure that they have to follow is basically going through the making the event and going through that the board has to approve. But in all cases, this is not in the pilot period that is going to happen like after now. The workload won't be too much. It's not expected to be too much, so it won't be very difficult to handle. And always, if some events are really close and really relevant to some body of best, they can delegate it to them because they have the experience to actually not judge, to actually say if it was good enough or not. So even if we have this weapon, we have the external events definition document, we cannot fight Red Skull, let's say, to win and have more freedom. We need an actual plan. So what is the plan? The plan is to include the external events in regulations of admission and exclusion. We will, in this proposal, we make a new 4-8 season rule in which any event that will follow the external events definition document will count in the 4-8 season rule. Okay. But we cannot have, of course there are sequels, of course there are a lot of things, there are a lot of open issues that have to be tackled and have to be thought in the future What are those? For starters, it's bus that has to be tested and adapted in order to be able to handle all the new events. The second one is the peer strategy. We need to figure out how we're going to promote these events because they may be a lot different, so we have to find out how to do it. And maybe we need to regulate some kind of limit, or I don't know what, it has to be discussed. In order to not reduce the amount of courses organized or EOEs or any other event, maybe there will need to be how many events like that in a row can an LBG organize and stuff like that. But in order for this to happen, in order for Captain America and the project and to bring freedom for the external events and help you innovate, he needs you, all of you, and more specifically, 2/3 of you to support it and help. He needs a team. He cannot do it alone. Of course, there is also we have to avoid the possibility in the future to see a future where something like this happens. So we have to be careful, and we have to respect the work that has been done and understand what is happening. I would like to thank the team of the External Events Project, Caterina, Francesca, and Maria. If you're watching, thank you. And finally, if you have any questions, you can ask them now, or you can ask me in private if you feel more comfortable with it. That's it. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 3. Any questions for Georgia on the external events project or proposal? We have one finger from LBG Delft.
Vicente, LBG Delft. Thank you, Georgia, for your presentation. I think this project is a very interesting one and can bring new events to West. My question is, how are the LBGs that are organizing this going to get support, and is Vivaldi department or any other department taking care of the overview, or will be a separate project taking care of that?
Basically, if you read the document, it's really basic stuff that you can do really easy. So we haven't thought about this, like supporting these kind of events because they seem quite feasible. But I guess if there is something related to educational involvement, of course, educational involvement department will be able to support. If something is related to career support, etc. If someone else has, if Zurita, you have a better answer for that, I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Abhijit Delft. Next question from Barcelona, and then Extra Gabor.
Hi, Laura from LBG Barcelona. My question was, okay, so as courses are a really big part of our organization, is going to be in any way regulated that, okay, if you're organizing for some years an external event, you are going to regulate in any way that they are going to go on organizing a course?
I didn't understand your question.
What she's trying to say is, can we indefinitely make these new events, or at some point we will have to make an external event understood as a course, as we have now?
This is a really new project. This is a real pilot way. You mean instead of organizing a course, organize an external event? That is the sequel that I told you about. That the limit we haven't thought about, we haven't discussed at all anything related to that. So I cannot answer to you. But we definitely don't want courses to stop being organized because they are quite a big. They belong to us at this point. We cannot stop organizing them. We don't want that. So we will try. I guess in the future, I don't know. This is a risk, so we will try to avoid it, to not organize courses. I don't know if I covered you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barcelona. Now we will have extra. Oh, we have two fingers from Vivaldi department in the back there.
Hello, Angelina from Vivaldi. Just a clarification, and correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that ever the scope of this project was to substitute courses with something else.
Never.
Okay, don't worry, we will keep making courses forever.
Never. We love courses.
Thank you for the encouragement, Vivaldi department. Extra Gabor, and then LBG Brno.
Thank you. First, quick statement. I'm pronouncing my name with G, like Gabor.
I'm really trying, man.
Never mind. I would like to ask that because yesterday we were talking about branding a lot. How these kind of new events will interfere with the coherent branding, like the coherent branding is forming now, and how these events will put inside these.
As I already said, this is a sequel. This is an open issue that we have to be tackled in the future if we start organizing more and more of these events. PR strategy also, let's say, okay, it's not branding, but branding is also under an open issue. I don't know how to answer to you because this has to be investigated and has to be figured out in the future. But for now, it's really pilot. We don't expect to have too many. So the best brand, I guess, will be enough to promote it.
We have a two-finger from Zurita from the board.
Zurita from the board, to complement her answer, at the beginning they would be treated as any other local event, so the LBG will be responsible of taking care of its own branding. Then afterwards it can be expanded to an international level if it's needed, but at the beginning it's the same than any other local event that you would create.
Thank you, Extra Gabor. And now LBG Brno.
Hello, Samu from LBG Brno. First of all, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask, I'm not sure if you talked about this in your presentation, but do we have any idea of how many LBGs would be actually interested in making such a generic external event?
I suppose that some of them in the beginning, not too many. I don't think there will be like an increased number in the beginning, but I guess that slowly maybe more LBGs really find new ideas that they want to implement, and they can have this, they can do it this way. But I don't know.
Two fingers.
So you haven't done like a survey to find out if there is interest?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bruno. Next question from LBG Delft and then Bucharest.
Vicente, LBG Delft. So then how is the stamping procedure going to be? Who will be taking care of that, of deciding?
It's not exactly stamping procedure, I wouldn't call it that, and it is described in the document, external events definition document, what is the whole procedure that LBG has to go through. It's basically, for starters, it's through the board. They will have, they will take the announcement page, they see if they cover the criteria, and in the end they will read the evaluation, but the evaluations and see if they covered the quality standards. But I also my presentation that if like educational, it's an educational event, yes, and EduID has more opinion in how in the content they will be asked or maybe delegated to them to take the decision. And for starters, if you are worried about the workload, I don't think it will be a lot because, as I said already, we don't expect a very big amount of these kind of events for now. But in the future, they will be evaluated and see how it goes and maybe grow and maybe do something more. And
Thank you. Now Bucharest and then Timișoara.
Sorina from LBG Bucharest. So did you think about some criteria for stamping those events and what happened if they actually fail?
The event won't count to the 4-8 season. No. As it happens with the courses and everything else.
And about the criteria, did you think about them?
Criteria
of validating those?
It's all in the external events definition document. These are the things that the event has to follow in order to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Bucharest. Now Timișoara and then LBG Graz.
Vali from Timișoara. Don't you think that there is a risk of abuse because you can't really set the quality standards as high as courses? Don't you think that some LBGs will be tempted to do this, do just like a course that is not really regulated?
This was a risk that appeared in the risk analysis that I talked about. Of course, but since all of these events will go through some people that can have they can judge if this is similar to a course, they won't allow it to happen because it's a course. So you should do a course that follows Vivaldi handbook because we have more regulated stuff there in order to have the proper. If it's a course, it's going to be a course. We will avoid that. Yes.
Two fingers from Timișoara.
But what if it's like not exactly a course? It's just a new external event, but people are just doing it because you cannot possibly regulate it as well as courses, because then the people regulating it would basically be second main organizers.
Again, this goes to the board. I guess the board will be able to talk with LBG and find out if this is a good idea and what should happen. If it's really similar to a course, then I guess they will decide this is too similar to a course and this shouldn't happen. This generally, this project aims to new innovative events, because if you try to do something the same, but so this is not the goal of the project. We want to push LBGs, to help LBGs to feel more comfortable to do something new, something innovative, something that hasn't done before, but they couldn't before because of courses and because of the 4-8 season rule. This will be avoided. That's what.
Thank you, Timișoara. Before we proceed, I'd like to ask for a thumbs up, thumbs down from the plenary. So if you would like to continue with some more questions, please raise your thumb up. If you have heard enough to make a decision on the proposal, press your thumbs down now. Okay, I think that is a pretty clear downwards motion, which means I think we will keep the question round here. We still had questions from Graz, Copenhagen, OBG Groningen, Budapest, Caravel, and Ambassador. So I recommend that these people approach Georgia in the coffee break or something. Now, services innovation is certainly critical to BEST, and there's a picture for you. Is certainly critical for BEST, and regulations, if they're too old, can actually block that. So it's a good thing that every now and again we check if our regulations are supporting innovation and not suffocating it. So thank you, Georgia and XE Project. And now, for the final presentation block of this session, we will once again invite the remaining partner NGOs into the middle, which will be Bonding and AG, though I suspect that the whole ER squad is going to be up for joining, so the ER Mafia. As they are doing that, we are getting some complaints from some LBGs in the rows that there are a lot of like these papers, messages going around. This is an important announcement tool for us, like that you're able to get to the plenary. But as you can see, some people are like finding it a bit annoying and are having a hard time following presentations. Please keep the trolling to a minimum, as I said on the first day, and stick to important announcements. Thank you. Now, ER squad, when you're ready.
Who's going to be first?
Bonding.
Ajay?
Bonding.
Ah, bonding. Okay.
Okay. So, hello everyone. We are coming back. Today we have another NGO on the plate. For sure, you're also already familiar with Bonding, our German friends. So I will not prolong it, and I'll give my voice to Anne. Welcome.
Thank you, Ola. So, thank you, everybody. First of all, before I'm going to start, I'd like to invite also everybody to the middle who already joined a bonding event or participated or was a core organizer. So please feel free to come into the middle. Okay, so that's awesome. Thank you for joining me here. First of all, something really important for me. When you look at bonding, there is no capital letter. So just for you to notice. The fun fact about that is, well, once upon a time, there was a time where no computers were existing. And for printing posters, for example, you had to buy each single letter to do so. And well, we just couldn't afford the capital B. So, well, it was just small letters, and it stayed like this till now. Yeah, so that's about the history of the small b.
The other one?
Well, will it work? Hopefully. Okay. So, well, that's me. I'm Anne. I'm 26, and I'm with Bonding already for 3.5 years now. Well, I like cotton candy, as you can see, and it's also a quite nice way to promote our events. So it's often that we kind of share free food for students, so to inform them about the events. Since January, I joined the National Board of Bonding. So currently I'm a president, so 1 out of 4. And perhaps you've seen some of them, for example, Sebastian, who joined the RM in Ekaterinenburg like some weeks ago. And now coming back to bonding, as you may have noticed, bonding is not an abbreviation like NASEC or CFES, for example. Bonding is a term from the electrical engineering. So bonding stands for, let me get that right, as I'm studying business psychology and nothing with engineering. So bonding stands for, or bonding is a term which describes the
applying an intermediate layer to connect substrates of different materials. So in this case, it's like students and companies, or also like universities and students and universities and companies. But as not everybody is an engineer, let's put it that way, that we are just building a bridge between companies and students. We'd like to create an additional value apart from the university courses. So our position is basically the same as yours here in BEST. Well, besides the fact that we are only based in Germany. So our work is voluntarily. We are non-profit, non-political, and non-representative. As I said, we're like only in Germany, but they're from north to south, from east to west. So we've got 12 local bonding groups, so also LBGs, in beautiful cities that you can visit to join our events. And, well, which events do we organize? So we differentiate between external and internal events. So, for example, as you heard already, we organize job fairs. But apart from that, we also organize case studies and European workshops, for example, engineering competitions, and bonding days and nights, for example, the Automotive Day, or Consulting Day, or Sustainability Day, so different days. And internal, we've got the camp, which is, well, similar to the GA that you've got. We also organize team buildings, which is similar to the motivational weekends, and also departments and presidents' meetings and cultural exchanges. Our latest project in 2017 is that we try to organize a virtual career fair, which is completely online, and it will take place in November 30th. So, well, let's see what the future holds for us. Well, now coming back why I'm here, I was invited to join your GA because we are partners. So as you've seen, we're really similar, like in our position, our values, and in the events we organize. So we just said, well, let's learn from each other and benefit from this knowledge exchange. And we're doing so since 1997. So that makes now this year, it's the 20th anniversary. Also, this is what we heard yesterday already. And to celebrate this anniversary, well, we used the camp, which is taking place at the end of May, so in almost 1 month. Well, the camp exists for already well, many years. It's the place where our new board is elected, and it consists of 1 day of plenary and 2 days of, well, fun and workshops. So there are discussion rounds or discussion groups, there are workshops, open spaces, and, well, the plenary, of course. But there's also, again, a lot of fun, and yeah, everybody just mingles and meets. So I'd really like to invite you to join camp this year, as it's our, well, celebrating the anniversary of our cooperation. So far, already 50 besties applied for this. So if there are some more among you who still want to join, please feel free to do so. Contact me or our ambassadors or your ambassadors. Also, like for the trainers, there's the trainers call already open till May 6th. So we've seen a lot of trainers that joined here before. So, well, please spread the word. If there are trainers who want to join Bonding Camp and, well, do a presentation or workshop or open space, please do so. Yeah, so it's going to be legendary, definitely. So here again, I'd like to encourage you to participate in our events as a participant, as a co-organizer, at a job fair or at the camp or any other events. So please join our bonding events and, well, spread the word. If you have any more questions, you can talk to me, or you can also apply and write to ambassadors@bonding.de. Well, thank you.
1, 2, 3. Any questions for our bonding representative, first of all? See, we have a question from Delft. And then from LBG Athens.
Shakti from Delft. Like you said, you guys are from Germany. So I suppose most of your organization would be Germans. Does that affect your international involvement because language would be a barrier? And if it does not, how do you overcome it?
Well, like our language in bonding is of course German. But as like in Germany, like our first foreign language is English, kind of everybody can speak English quite properly, I'd say. So yeah, bondings really enjoy going to RMs, and I hope you've seen a lot of bondings at the different RMs. So there's a lot of international involvement thanks to BEST.
Thank you, Delft. LBG Athens, and then extra Gianluca.
Lukiel, BG Athens, thank you so much for joining us. I actually want to ask you about the online job fair you mentioned. How have you thought about it? Like, what have you thought about it? How are you planning to execute it?
Like how we came up with the idea of
Yeah, what is it gonna be about?
It's like the same as our usual job fair, but it's online. So we will do the PR in all over Germany because every student know whatever where he is can join. So because he just needs like an online address, like a website or something to go on and to log in, and there's this platform. Yeah, so he can join the online event.
2 fingers.
I mean, during the online job fair, will students have some interviews with companies and stuff like that? Will there be other events during the online job fair?
You mean which are not online?
No, online.
Online. Well, it's also like they can chat with like company representatives, as always. They can also listen to different kinds of presentations on different topics. So it's really like a usual job fair, at least like the bonding way. I never attended a best job fair so far. But yeah, so you've got the presentations from different companies, like how you can join them or the career path you can go with them. And you've got the single companies, and you can go and kind of talk to them or like chat with them. There will be kind of videos, for example, from different companies that you can watch. Yeah, it's like that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Athens. Next question from extra Gianluca.
Extra Gianluca, hi. In the list of your event, I saw department as well, department meetings. Can you elaborate better a bit on it, like the goal of the meetings?
Well, there are different kinds of department meetings. So first of all, there are like trainings for each department, like members who were elected for a certain department who are new get an overview of what needs to be done or what is the role of this department. And there are also department meetings focusing on strategy for this certain department.
2 fingers.
So who is the one that takes part in the department meetings?
Who is the one what?
That takes part in the department's meeting, like all the members or some one?
Just the local representatives of this department are there.
As like local level?
What?
Is a meeting of local level, like local level event?
Well, it's in our kind of house, like the Baumhaus, where also the JBT took place. And they are gathering like from all 12 cities, like always the representative of this department, and also like the national department, for example. They gather together and focusing on different topics regarding this department.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Gianluca. I see no more 1 fingers on the list for the moment, which makes sense because Bonding and Best have been cooperating for 2 decades already. We know you quite well. If Bonding and Best had a child 2 decades ago, then that child would be joining Best right now. So that's how long that has been. And while it is a cliche to talk about German efficiency, there is really a lot to learn and admire in the way that bonding works internally as an organization. I think it is something that we should inspire to one day work together at the European scale as well as they can do in Germany. So thank you very much. You can take a picture first.
I'll present. Okay, we have one more.
Hello.
Someone talked. So we have one more.
I think you're photobombing.
And that person is going to be the head of IT from IAG.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, I have a video, so I can cut on the presentation later.
Hello, besties. I'm Jorge. I'm the liaison officer of Azure Europe to BEST, and I'm really sorry I can't attend the General Assembly in Wroclaw. I am doing a project from Azure Europe, traveling around Europe, and I can't attend. But I said Fabrizio, and I hope that you will treat him as well as you have been treating me in all the events in BEST. And I hope you will enjoy the presence of AEG and you can learn something from Fabrizio. Fabrizio can learn a lot from you. And well, now we're going to show you this AEG video that we have. Has anybody of you seen the AEG video? Huh? No? Okay, then we'll just play it and I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, typical George. He wants to be in the center of attention even when he's not here, and he likes to troll. So, yeah, that's him. Me, instead, I'm Fabrizio. I'm from Italy, but I graduated from Dublin. I live in Sofia, and I'm a member of a local Berlin, so quite international. I'm the head of IT of IG Europe, as Gustavo mentioned. I'm going to tell you what's IG. First question that I get asked most often, what IG stands for. You will never know. Oh. It's for French, it stands for Association des États généraux des étudiants de l'Europe, which means European Student Forum, which is the name that we use in English because clearly we don't like to write it in extent. In short, we're just a European non-governmental organization, and we have a membership from Spain to Russia, sorry Portugal, but we're working for having it in Lisboa, so, okay. What's different about us? We are interdisciplinary, which means that we accept people from any faculty, any field of study. We are political, but not partisan. We are not linked to any political party. And we don't have national level because we believe in borderless Europe. So some numbers about IG. We have around 200 locals in around 42 countries and around 13,000 members. This is a kind of old map. You can see people, you can see still locals in Portugal. But the peculiar ones are probably in the Caucasus. We have in Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia. We like people also from outside Europe. We always say, where does Europe end? So what's our vision? Sorry, I have to read. IG strives for a democratic, diverse and borderless Europe, which is socially, economically and politically integrated and values the participation of young people in its construction and development. This wall of text could have been just summarized in a keyword that you are very accustomed to: empowering diversity. Diversity, as in the motto of the European Union, united in diversity, and empowered in, well, you know what. But empowering for what exactly? IG empowers students and young people in Europe to take an active role in society. It creates a space for dialogue and learning opportunities, as well as act as their representative towards decision makers. Moreover, IG strengthens mutual understanding and brings Europe closer to young people. And this is why we are a political organization. You can read it from the second half. Basically, we want to be the voice of young people towards European institutions, the decision makers. What are our means? We have intercultural exchanges, personal development and non-formal education. Just like you, we have internal education systems. We do policy and advocacy, create thematic projects and forum for discussions. So, our focus. This is our old focus because we voted on the new focus, but it's still a draft. We voted it on Zagreb in February, where I had the occasion to meet some people from Timisoara and from Uppsala. Our focus in general is spreading your optimism. An example, the UK and Brexit, or Hungary and their Euroscepticism. Youth employment, and other big examples, Spain and Italy, Greece, civic education, whatever, youth mobility. We like to help people from Russia, from Ukraine, to students from Russia, from Ukraine, to be able to attend more youth events with less hassle, less visa problems. And the average active member does those things, which is more or less, I believe, what BEST does also, a BEST member has. Our current projects, I cannot tell you because I don't have time, because of the video. The most interesting is Summer University. I will tell you later, maybe. If you want to know more about IGM BEST partnership, these are the options. Network meetings, which is the equivalent of regional meetings. Agora, which is the equivalent of your general meetings. We have one next month. We had a European planning meeting in Zagreb, as I mentioned. We applied to grants together, and for any other thing, ask the ambassadors of BEST, Ola and Gustavo. That's basically it. Another picture of Jorge because he likes it. And if you have any question, you can write him, you can ask me, and you can write also me, you can write the ambassadors. You can write so many people. So thank you very much.
1, 2, 3. Any questions for Jorge van Aije? We have the first one from Copenhagen. And then Coimbra.
Hi, Jakob, from Copenhagen, which is capital city of Denmark. Also, thank you very much for your presentation. The very thing which is different in between of our organizations is this politicalness of yours. Could you please maybe tell a couple of more words about that? Because this is something we don't have, and I'm kind of curious about it.
Yeah, sure. Political, but not partisan, means that we are not uh, commenting, let's say, on political situation of some things, but we want to be the voice of the young people for a specific theme, be it youth mobility, uh, and I mentioned the visa-free regime for Ukrainian and Russian students, or it could be the youth unemployment, and we could think of the problems that some countries, my country, Spain, Greece, the top three, are facing. We create forum for discussion. We try to think about solution. We try to think about also the causes, and we have a voice in the with the European institutions, with the Council of Europe. We are stakeholders in the European Youth Forum, whatever. When we present policy papers to make the voice of young people be heard. This is the idea behind political, but we're not partisan in the sense that we don't promote this party or other parties, political parties, because in IGA I also like partying.
Okay, thank you, Copenhagen. Next question next door to Coimbra and then to LBG Uppsala.
Hello, Fialho from Coimbra. First of all, thanks for your presentation. I'm going to make a more specific question. If I'm not wrong, AJ also have the training system, and you also have training events apart from the summer schools. Do these events have a defined timeline that we can check, or they just randomly decide, we are going to make an event now, and if other partners can apply?
Yeah, thanks for your question. This is very interesting because I learned in this event that you already know very much in advance when your events are. For our system, it is not that structure. I am not aware how well in advance you have to know, but well, it's not that we organize last minute. So I believe that at least 3 months in advance you can know. But could we also 4, 5, 6? I am not aware how it is decided. For sure, it's not decided that good as you are.
Okay, thank you, Coimbra. Next one, LBJ Uppsala, and then the RA team.
Fergus from LBG Uppsala. Thanks for the interesting presentation and for being here, and thanks for having us in Zagreb. It was an amazing opportunity. For those who didn't know about that, the theme of the event was Europe under attack. BEST is still the Board of European Students of Technology, so Europe is a key concept for us. Do you think that we should worry about the concept of borderless Europe? And if yes, what can we do about that? How can we cooperate given our position, which is non-political and non-representative?
Hard question. I'm an IT anyway, so I'm an engineer. This is very political for me. The fact is that there are so many differences in culture within Europe, and it's hard to make sense out of it. Something that works for one country cannot work for another country. Um, that's kind of the smartest thing I can say right now, but nothing comes up as a question, as an answer for you.
It is indeed a very deep question. So
Yes.
thank you, Uppsala.
Sorry about that.
Next one from the RA team, and then OBG Groningen.
Bonnie, all right. I would like to know how you deem your locals active, because last week I was just in a session about summer universities in Porto, in Portugal. So, how do you deem your locals active? Do you have any regulations on this sense? Because you said
Okay. We have some criteria that local group has to follow. The most important one is organizing activities that are compliant, let's say, to the vision of AG, so the long-term strategic plan, we also have one. They have to organize activities that are compliant with those guidelines, with that vision. Does that answer your question, or?
Okay, thank you, RA team. Then OBG Groningen.
Duncan from OBG Groningen. So back to the political issue, how do you actually campaign on your political standpoints?
How do we campaign on our political standpoints, right?
Yes.
We simply create forum for discussions. We want to talk things through. We have grassroots projects. I mean, any person from any local can come up with an idea and propose it to IG Europe, the board, our board. And if the rest of the network feels that this is an important topic of discussion in this very moment in time, as in political situation, and also focuses of IG, then it can turn into a project, an official project, and IG Europe does actually allocate resources into that. This is how we start. Any one of us can be the change, and we really play on that point. Anybody can propose anything. There is a discussion about it. Do we think that this is important for Europe and important for IG Europe? If yes, then we make it a real project and we start working towards it. We create, therefore, conferences, we invite external speakers, and we make it open to externals, just like it happened in Zagreb. I hope it answered your question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, OBG Groningen. Those were all the fingers on the list. I've always found talking with people from IG to be perhaps the most triggering kind of conversations, because in a way they are the kind of polar opposite of best. What if we were political and not non-political? What if we had a looser membership system than a very strong one? And talking with people from IG or going to their events gives you sort of this look into the mirror image of best. And in this way, I think cooperation with them is incredibly useful. Talking with them gives you a lot of ideas. So I definitely recommend you to do that. And thank you for representing IG here, Jorge. Thank you.
Thank you.
And those were all the, I see Gustavo has a finger. Yeah, I wanted to give some brief words also for all the NGOs. These are all the four that we have. So it's IG, Bonding, CFS, and NASEC. And I'm not sure if they will be here the whole event. Probably one of the ambassadors can clarify that.
Yeah, they're going to be at the event. I just wanted to say some last words. We have, first, I want to thank CFES, NASEC, IG, and Bonding for attending our event. Also, I want to thank, although they're not here present, we also invited Eastech and his team to attend this event. Unfortunately, they're having their council meeting very close from here. Esteem is having the council meeting in Poznan. Eastech is the event that I had to leave off, and it's also finishing in Ljubljana, so none of them could attend the event, unfortunately. Now, just to close off, this is the last presentation we're having as ambassadors. I will just leave a few last words, which is, I just want to urge all the LBGs not to look at external relations as an area which you can get involved in. Look at more as a skill that whatever you're gonna do in life, you're gonna need it, and uh, you're gonna be able to develop it as much as you can. And this skill will not only give you the possibility to have more impact in everything that you do, but also grow a lot for you, for your organization, or whatever that you are doing. But yes, it will be very important. Thank you. And thanks to every organization that's out there and that has helped us grow. Thank you, Ola. I don't know if you have anything that you also want to say.
Just on maybe not that personal note, we are looking for our successors. So if anybody would like to take this challenge for the next year, feel free to, first of all, talk to other representatives, then talk to us. And yeah, indeed, the external relations of BEST give a lot of added value to our organizations, our organizations. And yeah, thank you.
And I
That's
think
it.
they deserve an applause. Cool. That will bring us to the end of another block. But first, as always, we have announcements from Oscar.
So LBG 11 is looking for their beaver. They lost their beaver and they want it back. Lucas and Yeter, the crashers from Awesome Prague, are looking for a hoodie and shoes. To whomever took them yesterday, please approach them. They are ready for punishment tonight. This message has been confusing in so many ways. LBG Podgorica, Patras and Porto have agreed to open a post office. One message equals one beer. And finally, I have received this with the message, whose is this? So if you recognize this toothbrush, please pick it up from here. Then Samo from Brno, Ogi from Belgrade, Ruben from Porto, to the board table before the coffee break. So this is after the commission's finished, before the coffee break. The best notebooks will be delivered tomorrow at lunchtime. There will be a table next to help desk here at plenary. If your LBG has ordered any best notebooks, please be there in time, not later. So that is tomorrow at lunchtime, outside next to the help desk. And one last one. All project coordinators, please gather just after this block near board table to speak with extra Mateusz and extra Sergio about international rally. Again, after this block means after the commissions. So these were all announcements from my side. Back to you, Mathieu.
Cool. Well, the block is not fully finished yet because now you will have the department R commissions. Once again, you already know the drill. They will take 45 minutes and the distribution is going to be beamed on the screen right now. Afterwards, we will... Can you wait for a second? Thank you. So we will have 45 minutes of commissions. As we are already kind of in delay and we still have a big block in the evening, we would like you to be back at 18:15. So that's 45 minutes of commissions, 20 minutes of coffee breaks. please be back so that we can also start the next block in good order and stop the day on time. So, and then I would like to say that it's hammer time, but I have some technical difficulties with that because I couldn't find my hammer after that song. So I'm going to close the plenary with a cup. See you back at 18:15.
You want to do Titanic? Thank you. Good job. Once more.
Thank you. And the first presentation is going to be, once again, by external relations people. First proposal is going to be related to CISO, the Coalition of, I guess, International Engineering Student Organizations, and Adrian will be presenting proposal. You have the floor.
We'll ask also Clemente to come here.
Second slide is actually the third. So please, NGOs and ambassadors, head to the middle.
We'll figure it. Okay, partner NGOs, would you like to join us in the middle? Is NASEC around? Oh, okay. Our friend from NASEC has an exam, so let's all root for him to do well. All right. We'll get started then. So, well, okay. Proposal got some troubles. We'll start from here. So this is the proposal to approve the effort of BEST in the creation of the Coalition of International Engineering Students Organization, which we'll call CIESO for the benefit of everyone for the rest of the session. So you have the number of the proposal and the number of the report associated. Okay, going back then. Okay, so I'm gonna talk a bit about CSO and like a bit of history. So for a long time, BEST wanted to create this international engineering competition. It goes back to 2008, 2009, and in 2009 there was a first attempt to create this international engineering competition, which was cancelled because of the crisis in Europe, and therefore the let's say the economical situation did not allow BEST and Bonding to join. And then there was a second attempt in 2013. And then we managed to send a couple of teams from BEST to Canada to participate in a competition, and it was quite a success. And then the following year we tried again, but one of the sponsors dropped out due to the petrol crisis in Canada. So therefore they were not able to, let's say, sponsor the competition once more. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay. So since then, we've been working to basically assess how can we make this competition happen, and we spot a couple of problems. The first thing is when there is one organization hosting the event, it puts a very high financial burden on the organization. CFES organized competition that average around 80 to $100,000 costs, so you can see that it's quite a lot of money. And also there is like a very big disparity between the investment of all organizations. In addition to that, the knowledge transfer and the knowledge management for the competition is complicated due to the distance and the different working methods. And there are like some very important exposure on the legal side. If the competition goes wrong for some of reasons, basically it can really much hurt both the image and the future of an organization. So basically those things were the main issue when it came to the creation of the international engineering competition. So, all the difficulties that Yaya just mentioned, they were felt for quite so many years when we were discussing the cooperation between BEST and Oh, it's working again. As such, a solution was found. To create something, we decided to call CISO, the Coalition of International Engineering Student Organizations. You might know me as the predecessor of Adrian, and I'm here mostly because this is something that happened during my mandate, and it started back in Calgary, actually in the place where I met Zenon for the first time in the CFES Congress. And we came up with this idea to develop the cooperation and solidifying the cooperation while trying to solve most of the problems that we had found previously. So yeah, why were the main reasons behind it? So we would have a dedicated team to actually work on the competition from scratch, rather than just having a few people from BEST and a few people from CFES working kind of part-time, because their main job was to work for their own organizations. And
and to actually be financially sustainable, rather, and preventing the exposure, the danger of something going wrong with the international engineering competition and having only one of the organizations suffering from it. So we decided to separate this from our own organizations and create a new one in order to be safer and more efficient for everybody. And also by having an organization that would work by itself for the cooperation of all its members, we will open the doors for further cooperation because we have other interests in common, such as conferences, education, and many others.
That'll be fine. So basically the timeline for this is that we're now all proposing this proposal in all of our organization. By September, everybody will have approved it, hopefully. And by the end of the year, we will have written the statutes and we will send it to the Belgium authorities in order to register the organization in Brussels, because the organization will be based in Europe. The statutes will hopefully be validated by the Belgian authorities. We will have a GA, a first board elected. And after that, we will shortly elect the first host of the IC, of the international competition. This is expected to happen in Canada for the two first edition because they have a very good knowledge about competitions. And after that, either Europe or US will take the lead and will host the next GA, the next competition, sorry.
So you might also find in your documents this draft budget for the foundation of CISO. I'll quickly go through it and try to explain it. So we would ask all the 4 member organizations for 5,000 euros as kind of like the contribution to create the organization. And where would this money be going to? It will be going to actually the legal costs of creating a new organization, which are there as 5,800 euros. Where is this number coming from? Well, we actually went back in time and analyzed what happened when BEST moved to Brussels. So we used to be in France, then we moved to Belgium, and actually back we still have quite a lot of records from what happened during that time, and these were more or less the costs to create a new organization. So we kept the same number. And then we would also have a budget for the first board meeting of CISO, budgeted for 6 people and with the financial aid for a host, and also the first general assembly of CISO. You might see that this totals around 13,000 euros, not 20,000. And what would happen with the rest of the money? Well, the rest of the money would be the working capital for the new organization. So basically the new organization would start working and they would have that money available to actually execute their projects and kick off the first editions of IEC, among other things. So the requirements for this proposal, in terms of how the voting works and how the regulations work here in GA, is that this proposal needs more than 50% of approval from the votes cast. And according to the results of this proposal, so will change the budget that will be voted for the following year. That's also why you have 2 proposals for 2 different budgets, with this and without this. And finally, I would say that rather than a sacrifice, rather than paying 5,000 euros to make something else happen, I would try to look at this more as an investment for the future. Because if CISO actually happens and is successful, we will have a lot of new corporate partners, a lot of new institutional partners who will be interested in the activities such as engineering competitions. And when they would want to do something in Europe, for sure they will look at BEST as an organization that is experienced in doing those things. And I believe that long term, with the success of CISO, actually the return on this investment will be much higher than what we are actually investing now. So yeah, thank you for your attention.
1, 2, 3. We will now begin taking questions. So microphone carriers, first question to Brasov, and then the next to Izmir in the back.
Silvio from Brasov. Do you have a plan for sustaining this coalition in the future and the structure of the coalition and the event?
I'll take it one by one. So in order to assess, the purpose of this coalition is actually to be sustainable and have like a body that will be able to sustain itself. So for example, CSO will be raising its own money. It will not be like, let's say, brought by the members. And also talking about how the board would look like. We have pretty much of an agreement on this, and all the organization will be represented. So the whole thing is almost set up, and now it's just waiting for approval from the organization. But the plans are set, and there will be a board. It will be financially sustainable, and for the like there will be their own team working on this. So they will be like an entire different like organization that would work on this. Is that clear?
Two fingers from Brashov.
And the event would look like pretty much the same like EBEC, the structure.
Basically, the winners of, for example, EBEC would join the competition, and the winner of the competition from Canada would join as well. So it's not like we're creating a parallel competition. It's just, let's say, a competition that would after for the winners of EBEC.
If I may add something, it's more about having this group of people with experience from both Europe and Canada and the United States and so on, trying to build a competition that can fit to all of the members so that we could ensure that, for example, people who participated in EBEC would have a natural path into this new competition rather than participating in something that was built for somebody else's model.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brashov. Okay, two fingers from Extra Gabor. Get a microphone to there, please.
Extra Gabor, I would like to ask that will they have the commitment for doing like 1 year in a competition? Like how is the student demand?
In the commitment for, I'm not sure what commitment you're talking about.
Like competing and competing and competing beside the university, beside their studies.
I think you're talking about from the point of view of participants of the competitions, right? If they would be available to go through all the rounds of EVAC and then later on going somewhere else. Okay, so basically this would be one of the main tasks of this new organization, this new team, would be to figure out the timelines of all the different competitions and try to find a solution that would allow all the participants in all the competitions to actually have a way to participate without without having a big time gap between competitions. But this is something that we were unable to do as only with the partnership that we have right now, because we didn't have enough people who would be willing to full time on this to create a proper solution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Extra Gabor. Now we will have Izmir.
Turgut from LBG
And then
Izmir.
once again, Extra Gabor, but he has cut. So Izmir now.
Okay. My question is about the election of the board. There is just one sentence in the report about the election of the board. So I would like to ask, how does CISO board elect? Who is gonna select this? For example, does every LBG has separate vote at the same time does bonding or other NGOs? Or as best, do we have just one vote?
Okay, so for this kind of umbrella organization, the usual way how it works is like each member organization has a vote. So basically, like BEST would have a vote, CFES would have a vote, Bonding would have a vote, and we'll all vote on this, and well, the biggest amount of votes win, basically. And like basically every member volunteer of BEST, as long as it has been a member of BEST, would be able to volunteer or to like apply for those positions.
Thank you, Izmir. Next question will be from Copenhagen behind you. And then LBG Krakow. Copenhagen is right there.
Thank you. Pablo, Copenhagen, capital city of Denmark. This question is to also the other partner organizations. According to the timeline, we have until September 2017 to agree on this. How is the situation in your organizations? Have you talked through this? What's your commitment? Thank you.
So Zenon from CFES. So we have our president's meeting in September. I think it's the 23rd to the 24th around then. So we've talked about CISO a lot, and we haven't talked about CISO formally, just because we have Lori, who everybody knows has been doing all the work on it, but she hasn't talked a lot about it because she's still working on it. So at our last Congress, which is like RGA in January, we put in a new position, the International Relations Commissioner position, and in the wording for that position, it included a line for CISO. So that was the first time people found out about CISO, and she did a presentation on CISO. So we will actually be bringing it to a vote in September. So that's, I think, why we're waiting until September. But overall, people in CFES are for it.
Thank you, Copenhagen. Now we will have Krakow and then Leuven. There's a two fingers, excuse me.
Well, I can just add for bonding that we're going to bring it to vote in July. Like our next, PM is in May, like in 1 week. But Maike, who knows most about CIESO, cannot join to kind of present it. So that's why we choose July for the next, step. And as we have till September, there's plenty of time for us, as we can always vote on it on a PM and not on a GA. Yeah.
Okay, that was it. So thank you, Copenhagen. Next will be from Krakow and then Louvain-la-Neuve.
Okay, so Krzysztof from Krakow. It's stated in the proposal that the CSO board will be monitored by the member organizations. And could you tell more how it's going to be? Like something like audit committee with members composed of the boards of the organizations, or how?
Okay, so right now we are still in the process of drafting the statutes, and drafting the statutes will define the structure of how this will work. What I can tell is that all of the organizations have similar concerns about how can they have an overview and how can they have some kind of ownership on the actions of CISO. And one of the possible solutions on the table is a kind of advisory board or kind of audit where, for example, the president of BES would automatically have a place there. Even if nobody from BEST was elected to the board, there would be always somebody from BEST, like kind of overseeing the work of CISO in a certain way.
Thank you. Next question, Louvain-la-Neuve, and then Extra Veronica.
Hi, Nicolas from LBG Louvain-la-Neuve. Our LBG find this coalition amazing. However, some of our members find that there is a lack of transparency for such a big project. So my question is, where can we follow the updates on this project?
Okay, so basically before sharing any of this, we were just waiting to reach an agreement between all organizations, because it's already hard to discuss with 4, let's say, organizations that are separated by an ocean. And if we start to include all the LBGs at this point, it was complicated to reach an agreement. However, the moment this agreement was reached, there was an email sent on the external relation mailing list of BEST where people were able to provide feedback or some comments. We did not get any or much answers, however. But yeah, I mean, all the updates regarding this will come from the mailing list external relations at.
If I may add something, the way this negotiations so far was done was by the creation of an activity group. So the activity group was actually a group of 4 people, one from each organization, who basically worked together in order to achieve an agreement. And when we achieved an agreement, we did what Adrian just explained. So after we reached more or less an agreement on how it would look like, we started putting it out to the members of our organization so that they would know about what we were talking about.
Thank you, Louvain-la-Neuve. We will have Extra Veronica, and then I saw CFES has a finger.
Extra Veronica. In the report and also in the presentation, you mentioned that we are working on this coalition for quite some time. However, in PM Warsaw, there wasn't anything mentioned about our work and our involvement in this. Have you thought about how to improve the transparency of our involvement in this coalition in case the proposal is getting voted?
So like I explained, during the time of PM, we were still basically discussing amongst a small group of people with the knowledge of the boards of each organizations, but we still hadn't reached an agreement on what basically the main goal or how the partnership would look like. For example, if we would want to create a separate organization or just some kind of a different kind of partnership like a committee or something. But we only agreed on this after PM. Because when we started discussing this, it was towards the end of the Caravel mandate. And with the transition, basically the discussion stalled for a few months because all of the organizations changed boards. And it took some time until we started discussing this again on a higher level. That's why the biggest agreements were actually reached after PM. And that's why it was
Okay, 2 fingers from Adrian. Keep
Yeah,
it short, please.
Yeah, regarding the future, whatever, the moment the statutes are written, it will be also sent for BEST to look at them and maybe have some comments again, maybe even to be approved, I guess, before we enter the organization. So whatever happened after regarding CSO will be obviously shared with the organization.
Thank you, Extra Veronica. Now, CFS from the mattress.
Hi, so Zenon from CFES. I guess I just want to add to this, just a statement on a question, but we do have already money put aside in a reserve fund to cover our cost from when we wanted to host IEC and IEC at a seed fund. So just as a statement, we do already have money set aside for this.
Thank you, CFS. We have about, I think now almost 21 fingers on the list, but we are already quite a bit over time in how much was scheduled for this session. On top of that, we have a lot of things still to discuss in this block, and I don't think we're going to get through all the practicalities of this proposal in any kind of block. So I would like to ask LBGs if they would like to continue asking a few questions in this block here, or if they are okay with cutting the discussion here and approaching the NGOs and the ER team with further clarifications. So thumbs up if you want some more questions and continue. Thumbs down if you want to proceed. Yes, I see there's still quite a mix, so we will take a few more fingers. It will be Stockholm and then LBG Tallinn.
Hi, Csaba from Stockholm, capital of Scandinavia. I know it's currently not super relevant, but do you plan on including other organizations from other parts of the world? I mean, since it's international, namely
Yeah.
Asia or Australia?
Okay, so the idea was for now, because it's already hard to reach this agreement with 4 organization, we would start it with 4 organization. However, in the short to middle term future, obviously we'll try to include more people and more organization. There will also be probably in the board somebody, a VP outreach, that would have the position of looking what organization would be, let's say, valid, and maybe contact them in trying to join the competition. So we start with 4, but the purpose is indeed to grow to meet more partners in the end.
Thank you, Stockholm. Next one is Tallinn, and then GA'17.
Mari from Tallinn. In the long perspective, is CSO going to control IBEC pyramid, or are they going to be separately?
It's what the relationship with IBEC, whether it will influence IBEC or not.
The influence of the international engineering competition on EBEC? Is that what the question is about?
Yeah.
Okay, so the IC would be a separate brand from BEST. It would not be like a 4th round of EBEC, because it would belong to a different organization, in this case CISO, and it would not recruit participants from the place where we get the EBEC participants, because we get the EBEC participants from our own universities, from our own students, while the participants of IEC would be recruited from people who were very successful at these competitions. So basically it will have a different brand, and also it will have a different target audience than EBEC by itself. And because BEST would not own the international engineering competition, EBEC would always be the #1 priority in terms of promotion and so on, both for the international side and for LBGs too.
Okay.
Thank you, LBG Tallinn. Now EBEC project, and then LBG Ljubljana.
Elias, in this project, I'll go so fast. First of all, thank you for all the organization, and thank you for the presidents to take the lead in this awesome project on behalf of IBEC. And the second thing is, when are you planning to start working on the competition itself? Before or after GA of CISO?
I guess first we will elect the board of CSO, and then after that there will be like some kind of competition team or working group that will be set up. And once again, this working group will work with the competition department or EBEC of competitions of each organization, and try to figure out the best competition for everyone, and also try to see how much we can involve each competition and each stream within the competition.
Thank you, EBEC project. Next one was from Ljubljana, and then we will have Cluj-Napoca.
Hello, Aljaž from Ljubljana. I approve of coalition, although I have a question about competition itself. Yesterday we were told that CFES has 7 different topics and BEST has only 2. were you thinking about doing a totally different kind of thing, like a compromise of it, or what were you thinking about doing?
Okay. So exactly this kind of differences that you just mentioned, like the number of categories and so on, is actually the main reason why it was always so difficult for us to merge EBAC with a Canadian competition, for example. That was why it was, in the opinion of everybody involved, that the best way to solve this was to create a new competition from scratch, which could accommodate the interests of all the members. So even if the international engineering competition would have more than 2 categories, we would assure that for sure the winners of EBAC would have a possibility to compete in the international engineering competition without having to change EBAC at all. If in the future EBAC will have more categories or not, I personally don't know. But the fact that we will have a group of people working on always maintaining the synergy between competitions will ensure that our members will always be a part of IEC.
And
Thank you. Oh, yeah, you have 2 fingers. Go ahead.
I think what was decided was that if there was like international engineering competition, is that it would start with just the 2 that EBEC has, so design and case study, because 2 out of the 7 CFES competitions are senior design and consulting, which are very, very similar. So we can just have the 2 people go as things start off.
Okay, thank you for the comment. First of all, well, we still have about 15 minutes on the 15 fingers on the list, sorry. And I also want to tell you that we're about half an hour in delay at this moment. So I'm going to repeat my question that I had a bit ago. And I also want to remind you that you do have still several days to work out the details with these NGOs. And there's also a binder session on the last day where you can flesh out several of the details. So once again, do you want to continue with more questions on this topic? Put your thumbs up. If you have heard enough for now and will approach later, thumbs down. 3, 2, 1. Okay, now I think that there is at least a majority for down. Okay, we have a clarification.
Laura from LBG Barcelona. So as you said, we can ask more questions in the last day. This is what you mean?
I guess Denise can clarify about the binder session.
On the last day, in the morning, we will have binder session, and board candidates ask me anything. So it will be a blog, so you can approach the different bodies for different proposals to clarify more questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will keep this session here for now. But of course, I definitely recommend that you keep discussing this because CISO is a pretty innovative mix of services and external relations. Whether it's something that BEST is able to go for at this point is something that you will have to figure out by talking about this. But I think we can definitely say that it's good that we have friends like these different NGOs with who we can start thinking about these kind of initiatives. So thank you very much for the ER team and NGOs. We will proceed to the budget session. So I will invite Nagia to the middle.
Okay, I think it's a quite hot topic, so I would like to invite all the dragonflies in the middle. Great. During this block, we are going to talk about the best that is formed for the following year, upcoming year 2017-2018. Therefore, I invite you to open your binders at the proposal, at the two proposals that we have, inclusive and exclusive CSO investment, as well as the whole financial analysis of the two budget proposals.
Keep the volume slightly lower,
And
please.
the best budget explanation for 2017-2018, where you can see a thorough analysis of budget for both of them, let's say, proposals. Okay, so let me brief you how was the whole budgeting process and what was the whole procedure in order to conclude on the budget that we have now. So first of all, we gathered online input from all the relevant bodies, meaning the board, the department coordinators, and the ABEC Project 2017 project coordinator for the competitions coordination category. After that, the whole input was gathered, we processed it, and during the pre-winter IPF 2017 Tallinn, we had a session where the first draft that was subjected to feedback on the budgetary commission was made. Then we had the budgetary commission during winter IPF Tallinn, and after gathering the opinion and the input of all relevant, let's say, bodies that were present there, both LBG members as well as international involved bodies. We prepared the second draft, which was sent afterwards to the budget at mailing list. When there was a call for everyone to join the budget at mailing list and shape the future of the next budget for the upcoming year. After that, we had also an allocated session during the financial management assessment workshop in Athens, where we had the fourth draft. Then we gathered input during spring RMs. Everything was applied, and now we have the GA proposals for the two budgets, and of course the voting, whether the budget of best will be voted or not. So, first of all, let me brief you about the concept that we have for this year about the budget. You know that I have, let's say, occupied your time by talking to you about financial stability and sustainability of the organization. And the fundamentals for that is a proper budget forecast, meaning a proper financial planning. And for that, this year, we decided to reduce and decrease the budget of best 29,000 euros. We introduce you optimistic of the realistic of the optimistic scenario, which is estimated according to the revenues that you got from the corporate relations department. We took statistics from previous years, and we saw that corporate relations department, the corporate partners that we have, fluctuate from 50% to 70% budget fulfillment. Therefore, we take as reference the 70%. So the revenues from CRD are estimated as 77,000 euros instead of 110,000 euros that was estimated for the previous years. So, and how is the whole budget made? Of course, we are a non-profit organization, so our revenues are compensated with our expenses. And let's move now to our expenses, to our revenues. We have revenues from, as you saw, industrial partners, meaning our university and companies that are cooperating with us internationally. And we also have the Erasmus Plus Framework Partnership Agreement for the third year, 2017-2018, which is grant provider. Okay. And we also have revenues, the bus steps. Of course, everyone knows that we have bus steps because of evaluations and LBG debts that you're owing to the common account of BES, so this is also counted there. Perfect. So we have so many categories that we allocate our expenses, and this is our international coordination, competitions coordination, administration expenses, internal training, partners meetings, promotion, educational events coordination, external relations, internal events participation, and financial aid. Okay, and let's move with a more thorough explanation about the international coordination. We have travel reimbursements for the international board, the department coordinators, and local group support bodies, meaning for the international board to travel to board meetings, to winter IPF, to summer IPF, to to different, let's say, themes and workshops that are requested to travel for, as well as personal cases, etc., departments coordinators, and of course for local group support bodies, meaning the RAs, for inside travel region, for travels inside the regions, for coordinating RMs, of course, and for travels to regional advisors meeting, and doctors for visiting their nursing LBGs, and internal events participation, reimbursements for all the besties falling to the previous category, and, and for participating in internal events. Administration, it's coverage of expenses for the Cisco WebEx, which is actually the company that we are outsourcing our webinar, which is one of the services that we are offering under the career support activity. We have accountant fees, IT administration for our service and the maintenance of our servers, and of course allowance for the international board. External relations, reimbursements for all best representatives traveling to events of our active partners, CFES, bonding, GEM, Esteem, also other trips for exchange of good practices. We have a lot with EPSA, ELSA, IFISO meetings, the YFJ, the European Youth Forum membership declaration fee, and the ambassador's KT. But partners meetings, best representatives traveling to companies meetings, for company meetings, for PM official opening date, for taking care of their company's best career day, and the final round of VPEC for the official closing day. And best representatives traveling to meetings with grant providers, with EYF and ESA, which is actually the grant provider that we are cooperating with to get the framework partnership agreement for the last years. Okay, education events coordination, reimbursement for AOE content teams, coordinators and facilitators, accommodation in case that, for example, the representatives that are representing us for conferences need to stay for 1 more days, as well as conference fees. Internal training for trainers in order to deliver sessions for TRAPs, JBTs, JLTs, RMs, RAMs, TTRAMs, and SATs, which is one pool of money, and training community materials. Competitions coordination, reimbursements for the GA'17 team, media team topic group, and the EBEC project 2018 coordinator in order to travel to the final round of EBEC for GA'17 Bruno. Financial aid, the amount of money which is allocated in order to assist LBGs in organizing internal events. And under this category, we fall under TRAPs, train shops, SIMS, workshops, winter APF, summer APF, board meetings, international HRT meeting, RAM, and of course, General Assembly and PM, but it's like counted, it has a different way of calculating the money there, so I'm not including it in financial aid on this part. So you can see there the revenues and the expenses and how the budget is actually calculated and how the money are compensated in the revenues and the expenses in case the CSO creation is approved. You can also see how everything is fluctuated in case that we have the CSO investment, which is 5,000 euros, as Adrian and Clement presented you a bit before. You can take a look, and also you can see the revenues and expenses in the compensation iteration 2 category without the CS, with the CS, I'm sorry, with financial aid for internal events being a bit decreased and unexpected expenses being decreased. And now I'm going to explain you how this money are allocated. So this year we are talking about the contingency budget, which is how we are allocating money for the unexpected expenses. So because we wanted to include um, uh, the CSO investment, a part of it was allocated under unexpected expenses, and a part of it was allocated under financial aid for internal events, meaning that at around 2.5K were allocated under financial aid. So this 2.5K was decreased from this category from the initial plan, and we also had 2.5K reduced from the unexpected expenses, meaning that this year our budget is less flexible, it is more accurate, and in order to have optimal results, we decided to decrease a bit the amount of unexpected expenses because we think that the accuracy of the budget is quite enough to be under smaller, let's say, levels of unexpected expenses. But we're still under European and under international standards of unexpected expenses with 30% allocated there. And from financial aid, we are decreasing 1K from General Assembly, 1K from PM, and the other 500 euros are allocated to all other internal events that are happening per year. You can also see the infographics of the budget cutting process. You can see the different categories and also the financial years before our mandate, so that you can see how the whole budget was formed and how much is the reduction percentage. And here also the budget categories of for expenses for the previous year to 2016, 2017, meaning the year that we are already running, and for 2017, 2018 for the revenues. So you can see what is the difference from the last year's budget. I think it's obvious to all of you to understand these infographics. And also you can see how much is the budget decreasing process and which categories are actually a bit more than there were the previous years, meaning the educational events coordination and the competitions coordination, because we actually increased one more EOE this year. We're organizing one more EOE, so we need reimbursements for the EOE content team and the coordinator, and also for competitions coordination, we added one more person in the topic group and one more person in the media team. And the pool of money concept. As you may read at the budget explanation, this year we're actually decreasing the average trip from 200 euros to 180, because we think that it is much easier to find cheap flights anymore, to travel with low-cost fare companies, and also there are periodical discounts. For air transportation at least. Therefore, we reduce the average trip to 180. However, this might mean that some people, especially in the international board category, that they might need to be present in an event, might overcome this average trip. For that, we have this pool of money concept, meaning reallocating the amount of money between the board, having people saving an amount of money for the people that they will overcome their average trip. Thus, we increase for the one person the average trip, but we're still under the upper limit of the specific budget sector of the specific budget category. So, mainly this is it. Do you have any questions? I'm free here to answer all of them.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yes, Naga, money talks, and I'm sure it also asks a lot of questions. So first microphone carrier, please, to, I think that is Vivaldi department, yes? And the other one will be from Cluj-Napoca. And we will write down both of those fingers, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. It is actually a statement. Okay, concerning the budget cut on the travel reimbursement of the department coordinators for winter IPF to half, we disagree because we believe it will discourage the coordinators from attending the event. Winter IPF needs to ensure that all knowledge areas of BEST are represented there in order to contribute. This gesture diminishes the work of the department in the project of BEST. Also, we assess that the amount of money that is saved with this movement is too small to justify the risks. Thank you.
Thank you for the statement. I see two fingers from all the various departments. I assume this means that you agree to the statement. I hope you don't all have. Do you all have the two fingers on it? Or it's just a supporting statement? Okay, makes sense. Angelina, can you also take the statement and send it to the GA secretary so we can put it in the minutes? Okay, thank you. Nagia, you can respond. Otherwise, we will have LBG Cluj-Napoca.
We will not respond.
Okay. And then LBG Porto.
Okay, so Timi from Cluj-Napoca. So for me, it's not very clear from the budget and all the documents. Will these department coordinators attend board summer meeting where you actually work on the annual action plan, or they will not attend it? And if not, why?
All right, so I'll answer that because it's about board summer meeting. The coordinators will not attend board summer meeting because we're reviewing the way the strategy would be created, and the idea is to involve people before, departments as a whole, project as a whole, before to gather the input. Then the board will create the strategy, and then the strategy will be disseminated to all the bodies. And we believe also that the feedback can be gathered online from all the coordinators and from all the departments directly. And basically, this is quite some cut because, like, for departments, they were attending for 4 days, but it was also the international HRT meeting. So if you take off this international HRT meeting, there is not that much content. So we were basically making people travel for 2-3 days and reimbursing them for up to 200 euros. So it's 2,000 euros, which is quite some amount.
There's a two-finger from Cluj and then also a two-finger from Porto.
So Timi from Cluj, so that means that they will have to work online, and basically when are they going to meet for the first time?
Thank you for the question. That's actually a valid point. So the coordinator will just meet a bit later in pre-summer IPF. The pre-summer IPF would likely be longer. And coordinators, basically what would happen in board summer meeting would just happen in pre-summer IPF because there they will be attending anyway. And they will meet there, they will have all the trainings, the same trainings that they had for the board summer meeting, they would happen in pre-summer IPF. Also, they would feedback the strategy once again there. So basically most of the work that was done in board summer meeting will happen in summer IPF in pre.
Okay, clarification.
So basically they will have to work online and meet for the first time around September?
It's actually in the middle of August. But yeah, that's mostly it.
Okay, we will put that, yeah. I think this is beginning to be a bit more of like a personal conversation, so I'll take the fingers from Porto, two fingers.
Ruben from Porto. Since this happens in the next mandate, does it make sense to make these reductions altering the methods of work for the next board?
Can you repeat the question?
Since these changes influence the way the board summer meeting functions and everything, and since it happens in the next mandate, does it make sense to make these alterations, these changes now, and changing the way the next board will have to work?
Because what we're doing here is budgeting for the next year because BEST needs to have a financial direction for next year. We cannot just leave 120,000 euros just in like hand of the next board. However, if the next board wants to invite the coordinators, of course they will be able to, but they will take the money from somewhere else, probably from the internal event participation, for example. So there is still this possibility, but the money they would be invited by the board to come.
Nagia? Or Milica?
Okay, one comment. The host for the board summer meeting is actually already elected. So this possibility that Yaya was sharing at the moment would also need to go through the agreement of the LBG host. And when it comes to why we are setting this budget, at the end we are an organization and we are continuous. Yes, every board has its working methods, the same than all of your local boards also have it, but we are one organization and we are moving in one direction. Doing this cutting in the budget was not easy for the board. It's not something that we want to do, but we saw ourselves cutting 30Ks from the budget. So at the end, at some moment, we also needed to prioritize where to take the money from. And there were options. We could put our services in a risky situation, or we could try to cut a little bit from all the places, and that's the approach that we took. So yes, we are imposing a bit because of the budget, but it's still a bit flexible.
So this topic has already drifted from the working methods of coordinators now to quite different topic. So please keep 2 fingers for actually comments on the topic. And since we are drifting, I will continue now to take 1 fingers to keep the discussion moving. And I think the next one was Warsaw and then Porto.
Magda LBG Warsaw. Naya, thank you for the presentation. I want to ask about the reason why you cut this 1K from financial aid for GM, but this really big amount of money for LBG, which cost in GMs.
Thank you, Magda, for the question. As you saw in the initial budgeting plan that we had, the financial aid category was almost, let's say, intact. The only thing that was changed was cutting some internal events that will not be organized in any case, according to some timelines that some departments, for example, have already prepared. However, I agree that this 1K might be a lot for HLBG. Also, there should be a mindset of generally decreasing the amount of budgeting, not only from international level, but also between LBG that are organizing also general meetings. And this is also a call for you, for all of us, for all the organization, in order to be more sustainable, to be able to decrease the amount of organizing events with that length. However, as you saw, the whole category of financial aid has actually decreased very little comparing to the whole budgeting cutting process for all the other categories. And there was no other place, for example, to be able to cut, so we need also to compromise a bit and make this kind of reductions for something that can have a good return on investment and a potential financial sustainability for our organization, getting more corporate partners, more industrial partners, and bringing best in a better financial position in Europe.
Thank you. We have a 2 finger from Extra Gabor. Please bring the microphone to him.
Extra Gabor, based on this, is there any kind of analysis, like added value analysis on the internal events? For example, do we actually need a board autumn meeting or any other kind of meetings?
We actually, you saw that we even decreased the amount of internal events that we had for this year because we want to make a more accurate budget. So we took all the dramatic data that we had, let's say, from the previous years, from factual events that happened, and we put them, for example, in the budget. And we also assessed that we actually need all the events that they have been already, let's say, nominated in the budget. And we also have planned some not fixed meetings because you can have a workshop, you can have a SIM, you can have whatever. So you have the flexibility of having not fixed meetings and having, for example, board members or department coordinators traveling to these meetings as well. But this is actually and statistically valid, the events that are happening, like, let's say, per year. Maybe it's a bit estimated 1 or 2 more so that we can give this buffer flexibility of the events.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question from Porto and then LBG Barcelona.
Ruben from Porto. According to, since it's getting more and more difficult to get hosts for internal events, does it make sense to reduce the internal event support? And what was the criteria for the several reductions that were made?
And for the several reduction actually that we have made, we also have taken statistics from the previous years, from financial statements, and we saw that the whole amount, for example, that has been budgeted is not actually used. Like, for example, none of the LBGs, actually LBGs can apply for 20 or 30% of the whole event budget for financial aid. And you saw that we have not, for example, decreased like for a lot from General Assemblies, President's Meeting, or Summer APF or Winter APF, which are huge, let's say, big events. We have reduced only to make round numbers for all the separate, let's say, internal events. And actually, this money have not been actually used during the previous years. We always ask for less money than the one that we budget, and this is actually should be a mentality in general.
We have a one finger from Barcelona and then Extra Veronica behind it.
Hi, Laura from LVG Barcelona. I just wanted to state a reflection. So, do you really think that is now the best moment to start a huge project at CSO? When Surita said we've been reduced like 30 cas from the budget since last year. I know that you managed to make both budgets quite similar balance, but at the end you are like reducing some kind of internal support that we really need, because as we know it's difficult to make internal events as if you reduce. I know that you said that we are not using it.
I think the question is relatively clear. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, in regards to CSO, the thing is, okay, first of all, the money is mostly coming from the unexpected expenses that we do not use like regularly. Okay, is that one or two? Okay, so there is 3K that comes from the unexpected expenses, and the rest comes from the GMOs, as Magda mentioned it. However, you should also see CSO as an investment on the future, because in the sense that the moment when CSO will have partners and will have regular partners, they will look up to best for their implementing their competition in Europe, and this is actually something that might actually bring some
I
money to
see
best.
quite a lot of three fingers, so I think. Sorry, I see a lot of three fingers, so I will cut this part. Next one finger was from Extra Veronica. Is it on the same topic? I see that there are. Okay, we'll proceed with LBG Cluj then, and then Gdansk. Okay. I see that some people want to cut the discussion completely, so I would first like to ask if you want to continue with questions on the budget of next year, put your thumbs up. If you have heard enough to make a decision, put your thumbs down. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I do still see quite a mix of thumbs up. So, and given that this is a very still important proposal, we will proceed. So, LBG Cluj, you still had a question? She has cut. Okay, LBG. Okay, sorry. Proceed.
Okay, so Timmy from Cluj. I would like to ask if we have statistics, how much was the income from CRD last year and how much it was like now? Because maybe it changed and that can be increased for the next year?
I can tell you like till that point. I do not remember. I can just go and check. Like now I do not remember by heart. But at this point, last year it was 54,000 euros. Now it's 58,000 euros. So we do not consider this 4,000 euros a huge amount. So we see that there is a normalized process, and that is happening like for example for every year. So the fluctuation is small. So we need to do something for that.
Okay, thank you.
We have a two finger from CRD, probably to add details.
Okay, just a small comment. It's not thousand, but percentage. So last year it was 54% of the annual budget. That means not counting the money for the events, for GMs, EBEC, and BCD. And this year it's 58% of the budget only coming from annual partners, not counting the support for GMs and EBEC and BCD. Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's 64,000 euros.
Okay, thank you. Now LBG Gdansk, and then Barcelona.
Zuzanna from Gdańsk. Can you please explain why did you decide to cut the winter IPF reimbursement for the department coordinators?
Yes, we can try to explain that. So the thing is that we needed to cut money, as you have clearly seen, and we needed to prioritize what we need and who we need, where we need it. So at the beginning of the year, when you're organizing summer IPF, you're preparing the whole strategy for the year. So in that moment, you actually need the involvement of all the departments because you're going to set what is going to be the work for for the next 10 months approximately. However, when it comes to Winter IPF, we realize that this event is focused on finalizing work, and therefore the involvement of the departments is rather low. For sure, the knowledge that they can provide is needed, but this is also provided by other people that also have that knowledge. To give an example, you can be a project coordinator and still know about courses. You can be a trainer, but not a part of a training department and still have knowledge about training. So the conclusion that we took was that having the coordinators was not absolutely needed in this event. If you could have them with all the percentage reimbursed, for sure it's always nicer, but in that case it would also be nicer to have all the extras and all the other participants of this event reimbursed. But we don't have the money to pay for everybody, and in that case, why a department coordinator and not a project coordinator when this is about the International Projects Forum? It's quite a complicated thing, so we said let's put them on the same level. Both the project coordinators and the department coordinators get 50% so that they are supported with their travel, and it should not be a big problem for most of them. But why do it in the other way? We didn't find a
Okay.
reason.
Thank you. Try to keep the answers a bit shorter as we are running out of time. Sorry. And we have two fingers from BCC right behind you. Yes.
Hi, Pasca from BCC. It's a quick comment. I also disagree as BCC for cutting this reimbursement for department coordinators to go for winter IPF because as we were changing into matrix structure, we cut committee meetings and IPFs. I mean, from what I understood, were supposed to be this kind of event where committees, now departments, can do work under the department. Yeah, thank you.
We have a two finger from Avi.
Ivy from the board. However, in this, thank you for your statement, question. However, for this purpose, we actually allocate short intensive meetings, workshops, or intensive trainings, or any other event that they need. So in case, for example, one department believes that we really need an event to work on it, to train on it, to whatever, they can just ask and get such an event. So you don't need to invite all 10 department coordinators, just for some departments to work on some things. We have other events for that purpose.
Okay. We'll take a final finger on this from Edu ID on the other side. You please run. Thank you.
Hello, Dragana from EduID. I think the problematic here that we're trying to emphasize is not about the departments needs, the separate department needs, but the interdepartmental cooperation, which may be at stake. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll take the question from Barcelona now.
Laurie from LBG Barcelona. So as you said, you got some budget from unexpected expenses. So my question is, why do you think that the CSO budget is more accurate than the other? As we are like trying to invest in a new kind of event that we don't really know how much money we are going to invest on it. I mean, maybe we will have more expenses than the 500. 5,000.
Okay, I see quite some three fingers in the plenary.
Okay, you can answer me later.
Okay, so it will be answered later. Next question from LBG Cluj.
Actually, it was a two-finger for Patka. As we know, for example, in CRD, we didn't have any meetings, and like I think this affected a lot the department because we never met, we just worked online. And I would like to ask if a sit or something will happen for the next year where this will be included. And yeah, that's it.
We're already discussing a possibility of organizing one standalone roundtable together with SIT in order to train fundraisers to have, let's say, better fundraising skills in order to be able to, in order to be able to, let's say, function better in that matter, because we understand that yes, it is difficult for people to fundraise, and especially online it's quite difficult to acquire this negotiation persuasion skills. However, yes, there is this possibility, and some discussions have already been made, as you can see in the annual action plan under the financial management area. We were also discussing this with Natasha, and this thread is going to open like after GA, and we will discuss further. But yes, there is this possibility of allocating seats.
Thank you, Cluj-Napoca. I'm sorry I missed your two fingers earlier. Is that a two fingers from Gianluca? Okay. Behind you.
Hola, extra Gianluca. So, do you said that there is a like possibility to allocate money for SIM, but how many SIM we can like make in the budget? For example, one for department, two for departments, one, like three in total.
This is not something that we as board can actually answer now, because the whole budget is for the next year. So the next year board, the upcoming board, will be able to decide about. We have 10 SIMs and 3 allocated workshops. 10 SIMs for this, but how it's going to be allocated and which is going to be,
No,
for
no, it was in
example,
general.
yeah, it is something that the next board
So it's
will
10
decide
for
about.
the next year.
Yes, the next year we'll assess their needs and we'll discuss about having allocated where SIMs.
Thank you.
But yes, it's 10, 2 less than previous year.
Before we continue this discussion, I would like to repeat my question of earlier, because we are now going for more than 20 minutes already. So if you would like to keep discussing on this topic, raise your thumbs up. If you have heard enough, or there are questions or discussion that you want to have in private, do your thumbs down. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I think that is a majority for thumbs down. And as we are already also quite behind the schedule, I'm going to take this as a cue to finish the session. Avi, is that a kind of outro or? Okay.
Okay, just a general comment. What we do every year is that we plan that we will fundraise in any kind of way X amount of money. So each year you say, for example, this year we'll fundraise 10,000 euros. And then you try to see what needs you have and you allocate these 10,000 euros inside the organization for different uses. However, for the past many years, I don't even know how many years, we haven't managed to fundraise that much money. So what happens after that? You reach the middle of the year and you realize, oh, but we didn't fundraise that much money as we originally planned. So what do? Then we need to cut from somewhere. So for example, you promise to a GM host that you will receive X amount of money, and then you reach a point that you say, but we didn't manage to get this money, so in the end we will give you less than we promised you. And this also causes a lot of issues inside the organizations, not only with the host of internal events, but in other different aspects. You cut from reimbursements, you cut from internal events in the end, even though you cannot see it there. But that's what happens because we don't have more money. So if someone has a better proposal on where we can cut, we are here and please come to us and propose something else. We couldn't find anything better, so if anyone has a better idea, please come to us.
Thank you, Avi. Yeah, I was also going to recommend that if you continue this discussion afterwards, do it in the context of the annual financial report as well, because you will see that it is just a fact that Best over at least a few of the last years has not reached its budget, most of the last years actually, which means that you do actually need to make tough decisions. That's why you as a plenary are here. The board has made a proposal, and it is up to you to accept or reject it. So I hope that discussion continues, and thank you for the proposal and for a very intense discussion. Thank you. Okay, the room has gotten very warm at this point, so I will briefly give the microphone to Oscar for making it cold again, or
Yes.
something.
Okay, so this has been a very intense discussion. So let's all stand up. And we're running out of time, so this is going to be a quick one. So just turn to your left. Everybody is turned to their left, and now grab the shoulders of the person in front of you and apply a massage. Fine. Really massage that back. Make sure that all the stress is relieved. Okay, and now turn around. And do the same thing. Okay, so I think we are all more relaxed now, so thank you very much. And let's, back to you, Mathieu.
I also remind you that you can always keep those massages going after the plenary finishes during the night. Massages always possible in that way. Now, for the next presentation will be from OBG Groningen, who are thinking of... Welcome to the plenary.
Hi everyone. First off, I would like to invite.
Excuse me, according to schedule, we will first have a short summary from Florian Huzeljes, and then we will start with your presentation.
Microphone.
Where is the spare microphone? Yeah, can you give that one briefly?
Okay, sorry. Do we have a clicker as well? Do you have the clicker? So just 2 minutes, and then you can watch the presentation of Groningen. So for Groningen, there is the proposal P15, the proposal to approve the baby membership, some related documents, if this works. Yeah, basically the proposal, you have the application letter, you have their action plan, you also have the internal event report of the IT developers meeting that they hosted. So now is a good time to actually look at them and take them out of your binders. Some short background. OBG Groningen was accepted as an observer group to BEST in July 2016. And they got a doctor, Marina Salvador from LBG Barcelona, and a nurse, LBG Leuven, and have worked together with them ever since then. So in the past year, they have tried to learn more about BEST, to see what we're doing, and in general, tried to make their OBG more sustainable and work on improving their group. So today we have the proposal. In general, the requirements for an OBG to become a baby member is that the doctor or the board should propose them for baby membership either on the first or second GM after they became observers. They also need to organize a successful internal event, and they also need to submit an action plan and an application letter to the plenary. All of these three things have been done, and yeah, the doctor, Marina, submitted the proposal. They hosted the IT developers meeting in end of March, which was also deemed successful by the coordinator of the event. And they also submitted the action plan and application letter on time for this GA. So in general, for the proposal itself, if the proposal is accepted, okay, I will just continue, just ignore the noise. So if the proposal is accepted, OBG Groningen will be able to call themselves an LBG, and they will become a baby member of BEST. If it is rejected, there will be a new voting on PM 2017, and that's pretty much it. So now you can do your presentation, and sorry.
Hi everyone. First off, I would like to invite LBG Leuven, LBG Delft, the IT participants of our internal event, and also a big thanks to Marina Salvador from LBG Barcelona. So, to start off, if you haven't already met me, I'm Duncan. I'm the Vice President of OBG Groningen.
And I'm Robin. I'm the PR responsible of OBG Groningen.
And this is the rest of our board. On the top, we have Joop, our president. On the top left, we have Willem, our secretary. And on the right, Ingeborg, our treasurer.
Yeah, so let's start off with a bit about our hometown. It's Groningen. Groningen is a city in the north of the Netherlands. It's a very nice city. It has about 200,000 inhabitants, of which 25% is actually a student. So as a student, that's very nice place to live in. What you see in the picture is the Martini Tower. It's a pretty famous tower in Groningen. So if you visit us, be sure to see it. Then about the university, this is like the headquarters of our university, the academy building. But that's not where we are located, because we are from the Faculty of Science and Engineering, which is located at an off-site campus, the Zernike campus. On this campus, in the Faculty of Science and Engineering, each field of study has their own study association. And 4 of those major associations came up with the idea to form a BEST group in Groningen.
So, in this picture here, on the left, we have most of our board, and on the right, we have our advisory board. The advisory board are made up of representatives from the study associations. They help us, obviously, with advice, materials, support, and the channels of their association. So, not only have we been doing the internal event, action plan, application letter, we've also been traveling. We've been to 2 RMs, the one in Kent and the one in Milan. We've been to PM in Warsaw, the Christmas dinner of Delft, the EBEC of Delft, and the motivational weekend of Leuven. So, as Floris has already said, we had our internal event in March. We believe it was a success, and I think they do as well, the reaction. On that internal event, we hosted them in our houses. We traveled with them to university with bikes we rented. Dino ran, he didn't cycle. We bought food for them, and we provided classrooms for them in the university where they met some of the staff and also hung out at the study associations. Now we'll go on to a bit of our action plan, which I hope you've all read. So first off, group structure. We're going to start off with not having observer levels for our members. We believe this is a better option, is to get our members involved, motivated and integrated straight away so they don't feel like they're on the outskirts. And then obviously we go from baby full alumni.
Well, apart from members, we need a board. In our board, we have 7 functions, which, however, can be combined into one person. So, for example, Duncan is the vice president and the HR responsible, and I'm public relations and corporate relations responsible as well. For the working methods, it's actually only readable on that screen, so if you want to see it, look over there. We do weekly live meetings. They're open to all our members. However, for the decision making, as an observer member, it's pretty hard to involve all the members because you're doing decisions so quickly. So it's mainly done by the board by now, but we're in the process of making it more democratic for all our members. The communication to our members is mainly done through Gmail, WhatsApp, also Facebook, and through the channels of the study associations. And to external parties, it's done through Gmail. We have access to a lot of facilities of the university. For example, we can book rooms. We have access to printing facilities. We can even get into the university building outside office hours, also in the weekends. Basically, if we ask for something, we're very likely to get it. We're we're setting up working groups and core teams now. We're looking for members so that once we become a baby LBG, we can straight away implement it and start working on, for example, organizing a summer course in 2018. And as of recently, we've got an office in the faculty, which is really nice. We recently got the key.
So now we'll go over some general aspects of our OBG. First off, HR strategy. So currently we have 19 members, and as you can see on the graph, we are shown our minimum expected membership over the next 3 years until we hope to be a full group. It goes up in roughly stages of 8 to 10, and we will evaluate this as time goes on.
For PR and FR strategies, as of now, actually all of our expenses are being covered by the university and the study associations. So we haven't done a lot of corporate sponsorship yet. However, when we're in baby LBG, it's very important to start straight away, set up a working group for FR and PR and work on our long-term strategy to get corporate sponsorship for future events. As I've said, we got money from the university and study associations. We got a startup subsidy of over 11,000 euros, which will last us until we are a full LBG. Then we get an extra yearly subsidy from the study associations we're discussing of 1,400 euros yearly in total. And when we're a baby member, the university is open to discussion for a yearly subsidy as well, on top of the other money.
So some of the events we'll be doing locally, we aim to have 2 motivational weekends a year with training sessions, and then also promotional events around the university. Internally, we do aim to have a yearly internal event. This may be difficult, but we really believe we want to put back in to the best. We love best, and we think we should do this. And of course, externally, we'll be doing an EBEC. We aim to have an EBEC by spring 2019, and of course, seasonal courses, which we should start in summer 2018. Here we have our timeline, which is again, I'm sorry, a bit difficult to read. On the bottom, we have the set dates of PMs, GAs, and also when our board mandates will end. On the top, we have our dates that we hope to receive, such as when we'll become a full group, when we'll host internal events, summer courses, and also become a baby group.
So to wrap it up, our aims for the coming years are to host yearly internal events. We want to host our first seasonal course in the summer of 2018 and yearly after that. We are aiming to host an EBEC before spring 2019. We've been to the EBEC of Delft with a couple of members of ours, and they were very enthusiastic, so we want to do that. We want to have biannual recruitment drives, so twice yearly, and then follow them up with motivational weekends to get them motivated, integrated, and give them training about BEST. And we want to continuously progress with our working groups and core teams, of course, to be, in a couple of years, ready to become a full LBG.
Yep, overall, we love BEST. We think we can do it, and we hope you agree.
Thank you.
One, two, three. We will now, before we go to questions, have some potential statements. Membership team, do you have a statement? Yes, so please pass the microphone to the back. Membership department, excuse me. 3, 2, 1.
A few months ago, OBG Groningen only had a vague idea of what BEST was. At the moment, after months of hard work and observation, they understand how BEST works. They have organized an internal event successfully. They have a stable HR situation and a high will to keep on working and improving. They deserve baby membership because they have shown that they are capable of achieving the responsibilities that entail being a baby member, and they are willing to go further, do more, and contribute to make BEST better by being part of it.
Thank you, membership department. Now from Florian, I think in the middle we will also have a statement.
Okay, thank you. So on behalf of the board, I would just say that we second basically what the membership department just said. We are very, very pleased with all the efforts that OBG Groningen have put into understanding best during this year, and all your efforts that you put into becoming a local best group. And so we fully support your application to become baby members of our organization.
Nice. And now, are there any questions to Groningen? I thought there might be. So first microphone carrier to Brno, and next one to Tampere.
Hello, Samuel from Brno. Thank you for your presentation. First of all, could I ask you to put the slide with the timeline on so we can look at it? There wasn't so much time during the presentation. So as I understand, you're striving to become the full member on the very next general meeting at the President's meeting 2018, right?
That is the first chance we can apply to be a full group. So at the time, if we've had a successful summer course and we believe we're ready, as well alongside the board and our doctor, we will then go for it. If we don't think we're ready, we will wait till a later event.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Now the question from Tampere.
Stara from LBG Tampere. I'd like to know what you consider your biggest improvement points, or do you see yourself having like struggle in something specific in the future? Thank you.
Our biggest improvement points, I think, will be with our communication. I've spent many hours now alongside my board members with Skype meetings with our doctor and traveling, and I think we really know how to act around internationals a lot more. To struggling points, well, that's very hard to answer. There is a lot of associations in Groningen. Now, 4 of them back us, and they really back us hard. We can use a membership pool, but outside of them, we will really have to push to get more members, and that's something we will be implying in our HR strategy.
Thank you. Next question from LBG Copenhagen, and then Leuven in the mattress.
Hi, Jakub, Copenhagen, capital city of Denmark. I'm really surprised and proud of you guys that you already managed to have 19 members, and now you, as I recall, decided to move to this biannual kind of recruitment, while there are many full member LBGs who still struggle and have to have it like open yearly. So my question is like, how do you manage that? Was it any kind of certain strategy, or just haven't?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Okay, long story short, you have tremendous number of members for such a short period. How did you manage?
Well, as we've mentioned with the study associations, they have a membership pool, about 2,000 people, and we are actually individually from one of each. In future boards, we will be electing our own people, but we set off from that, and we've had 2 years of looking into this with people very motivated and interested. PA is 19, however, it is actually 21 people now, and there's a lot more people interested. I think we're just in a lucky situation in our university, and the students are really interested in international opportunities.
Thank you, Copenhagen. Now it will be Leuven in the mattress, and then LBG Porto.
Andreas from LBG Leuven. This will be a short statement. After becoming the nurse in September, we have been in contact with OBG Groningen quite regularly. Communication always went very smoothly, and they were always prepared to listen to us and to implement our advice. OBG Groningen has already taken part in several of our events, and they have invited us to theirs. During all of these experiences, LBG Leuven has noticed the great effort from them to constantly learn more about BEST. Of course, some things were not perfect from the start, but they have always done the effort to implement the recommendations not only from us, but also from their doctor. Lastly, they have clearly shown their best spirit to us. And so to conclude, I can say that LBG Leuven truly supports the application of OBG Groningen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, LBG Leuven.
Looking forward to you visiting again.
And now next one from LBG St. Petersburg. A few seats further. Please stand up when you hear your LBG name.
Martin, St. Petersburg. So really thank you for this presentation. Your looks really motivated, but come back for serious questions. So what will you do with your hoodies where written observer group if you will be elected, like for babies?
Oh, that is a problem.
It is. Maybe get a marker and just cross it out. And... Okay. No, we'll keep it. We'll be the only ones. Unique.
Yes, I think those are a good answer to a highly complex question. Now, In the back, the ambassador of Best, please, or one of them, all the way in the back.
Gustavo, Ambassador, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, since we invest, we're trying to just diversify in our events. I was wondering, how have you contributed to it so far? Like, how many members of the OBG have you managed to send outside of Groningen to other best events?
Well, I can answer that. Thank you for the question. We have had 5 members who have applied for going on a best course, because that's what you're asking, if I understand correctly. And 2 have been accepted, so that's really nice. And outside of that, we have 3 of our members co-organizing the Summer Course of Leuven, which is pretty cool. So we're getting a lot of experience from that as well, and well, we hope to see a lot more courses in the future.
Thank you. Alongside Leuven Summer Course, we also have been invited by Delft to go down next week, which I'll be going down to with a couple of members, as well as LBG Barcelona with Marina are looking into inviting us as co-organizers, and we really want to do that as well.
Yes, thank you.
Now we will have a question. Ah, that was for ambassador. Yeah, okay, sorry. So now Extra João Pijotto on the side.
So Extra Peixoto, first of all, congratulations on your application. I cannot strive enough the joy that I have seeing you striving to become a baby member. But one of the things that caught my attention during your presentation was related to your membership status, and I wanted to know how you're going to tackle that as you're going to be developing as a best member.
I'll leave that to our HR responsible.
I didn't quite catch the question, sorry.
Sorry. One thing that caught my attention in your presentation was actually related to membership status. You referred that you have no membership status right now. I wanted to know a little bit more how you're going to plan on to tackle this subject as you're going to be developing as a best member.
You mean the membership status of the group, or like
the members of the members?
The members. So at the moment, as we've said, we have 21 members, 19 on PA, and I'll go to the slide itself. So we aim roughly to add 5 to 10-ish baby members a year. This we think is a sustainable level where we can keep them involved in working groups and committees and not have people doing nothing. And alongside, super slowly, people will become alumni. Our HR strategy is quite basic. The university gives us a lot of support, so we will be using Facebook, Gmail, WhatsApp, alongside going into lectures, promoting at the study association events, as well as on open university days.
I think we have a clarification from Extra Ola in the back.
I would like to clarify what Extra João with very difficult surname was said. The point is that maybe you don't know about that because Leuven does not have the membership status as most of the LBGs. The practice that is being done in most of the LBGs is that when you come to the group, you're observer member. So you somehow see how things work, then you become baby member, and then you become full member, and only, for example, full members can vote for the coordinators or for the board. So I think that the question was here, how much power, how much responsibility will it give to the new members? Meaning, for example, will the new members who barely have seen anything in BEST, have been to BEST 2 weeks, will they have a power to, for example, choose the board or something like that? Yeah? Okay.
Yes, thanks for the clarification. So to become a baby member in our group, you have to display interest, come to one of our events, and show that you become a baby member then. After a couple of weeks, if you are still interested, you'll get PA access and the right to vote on small things, such as what poster should we use for an event. After a couple of months, depending on the member itself and the voting of the rest of the group, you can then become a full member. Full members, of course, have full voting rights, access to everything, and we'll go from there. Definitely in the future, once our group's a bit bigger, once we're more settled in what we're doing, we will probably introduce an observer role, but we're taking that into consideration as we go along.
Thank you very much. Now, LBG Timisoara, and then the microphone to the RA team.
Hello, Vali from Timisoara. I wanted to ask you why you have decided to have 7 positions in the board, because it doesn't seem like an optimal situation having one person on multiple positions, because they might get overloaded.
Yep, that's a question we were kind of anticipating. So first off, it's 5 board members roughly. We may add more board members over the years, but currently it's 5. For example, Robin is PR and CR. We believe those roles at the moment for us are very similar. It's a department or a working group that can work together under Robin, and it works quite well. For myself, for example, I'm HR and Vice President. Vice President is a very, very small role. It is literally a backup for our President, and as example, right now our President is on a study tour in Japan for a month and a half. So my role is now President to replace him for the time being. If the board roles are getting too much, or if it is too many roles, we will look into it and evaluate as we go along.
Thank you, Timisoara. Now, question from the RA team. Can you stand up? Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. Creating a group is a colossal but rewarding task. So congratulations for standing there this afternoon. A little bit told me that besides your own local objectives, you also had time to share little tips with other LBGs, at least one. So for the OBGs out there, what would be like that word of inspiration that you would leave them right here, right now?
So for Zurich, who I believe is here, and any other OPGs who may watch this, yeah, has been hard work, but it's a lot of fun. All our board members, none of us knew each other before we started the board, and we quite liked that. We didn't start as friends, but we became friends, and as some of you may have realized, Robin and I are very good friends. So I believe some tips and advice is just have fun and learn about best. That's all.
Okay, thank you, RA team. I think that is potentially a nice note to end on. I would first like to remind LBGs that the point is not to have all your questions to Groningen answered in the session, but the main focus here is to know if you will vote yes or no on the proposal. So I would like to ask LBGs, if you want to continue with more questions to Groningen, put your thumbs up. If you have heard enough to make a decision, put your thumbs down. 3, 2, 1. And I believe that is almost an absolute majority, which I think says quite a lot. So it's always inspirational to see how new groups are growing into their role as a potential LBG. I think it's kind of very cute for all of us to see you growing up so fast. And we wish you good luck with the application and with the decision from LBGs. Thank you. And we will stick to the topic of admission and exclusion related matters. Florian, you can stay in the middle because I think, was it block 2? Time really flies. We already had a set of RAI proposals earlier. Now we will have the second half of the RAI proposal. So Florian, when you're ready. In the meantime, you can all take a moment to stretch.
Can I start or should I wait?
Oh, yes, you can start. Excuse me.
Okay. So now we're going to continue with the RAI proposals. We have 4 of them left. The first one is P36, the proposal to regulate when an LBG should be proposed for suspension the second time after violating the 8-season rule. Okay, so in general, this problem deals with what happens when an LBG gets proposed for suspension. This proposal gets rejected, and then the question is when they should be proposed again. In general, there are 2 ways of interpreting this. So if you would go literally according to the regulations, they would still violate this rule until the point that they actually organize a successful course. The other interpretation that has been done by all the previous boards is that the plenary basically accepted the violation and that they should not be proposed again until 8 more seasons have passed with no successful event. However, the issue is that we believe that the first option is a bit too short. The second one, like you would not even have the possibility to actually organize a course. The second one is a bit too long, and in 1 year, actually, there is quite a lot of things changing. So our proposal is to have some kind of middle ground and to say that an LBG should be proposed again on every second GM until they can fix their problems. And this is the exact thing. You can also see it in the proposal. The next proposal is proposal P37 to remove a redundancy in RAI. So in general, when a baby member is running for full membership, and it is the 5th general meeting since they became baby members, and this proposal gets rejected, there are basically 2 things that can happen. There can be a proposal to relegate the baby member to there can be a proposal to prolong the baby membership. And secondly, there can be a proposal to exclude the LBG. However, there are only 2 possible outcomes of this, and one of them is that the baby membership is prolonged, and the other one is that the LBG is excluded. So we basically see that there's an unnecessary middle step. You can basically solve it by just having one proposal. You can just vote on the exclusion directly, and in case the exclusion is rejected, the baby membership is automatically prolonged in any ways. So yeah, this is basically what we propose. So questions on those 2 proposals?
1, 2, 3. Question on the screen. We have a first question from Extra Mateus. Please bring the mic, and then it will be LBG Porto.
Yeah, Extra Mateus. I have question to proposal 36. You pointed in the background of the report that there are 2 possible interpretations of current regulations, but for me, the point 6111 that you want to add says that LBG can't be voted for suspension on 2 consecutive GMs, but it doesn't say that it will be on the second one. Like we can vote on the third one, or fourth one, according to interpretation that the count after the first voting that is that LBGs doesn't agree, the count goes to 0. Yes, once again. So there is not clear statement that we'll vote on a second GM.
Okay, thank you. I see your point. However, with this phrase added, I believe that it's more natural to actually go for the literal meaning of the regulations, in the sense that they should be proposed until they actually fix the problem, with this little exception. If you believe otherwise, I would highly suggest you to make an amendment. But yeah.
Thank you, Extra Mateus. And now, question from LBG Porto, or statement.
Juan from LBG Porto. We have analyzed this proposal and we saw a glitch where LBG that can be proposed for suspension the second time, being to GMs, if it doesn't change the season it uses to organize the course. Are you aware of this somehow?
Can you clarify?
If an LBG organizes a spring course,
and gets suspended, it it can be suspended again because on the second GA it still didn't organize a successful course because didn't get stamped yet if it doesn't change season, so it can get proposed again.
I still don't get it. Sorry.
Um, okay. Basically, an LBG that violates the 8 season rule, it doesn't get suspended, right?
It gets proposed, and okay, if it gets rejected, then
Yes,
what?
and it can be proposed again on the next, imagining that's in the GA, on the following GA, the second GM.
Yes, 1 year later.
But if that LBG uses to organize a spring course, it it doesn't get the chance to correct the situation, organizing a successful course.
Okay.
Okay, I see 3 fingers popping up over the place, so I would recommend maybe clarifying the question and then approaching in private. Are there other questions? If not, then 1, 2, 3. And Florian will go to the second half.
All right, the 2 last proposals. So P30 is the proposal to update a reference in the regulations on emission exclusion from minimum to recommended, from minimum to recommended number of working hours. So in general, there is a suspension reason in RAE that says that if you organize a course with less than half of the minimum working hours, you get proposed for suspension. And there's also a definition in the Vivaldi handbook regarding what the minimum working hours should be. And it's actually 75% of the recommended number of working hours. However, the issue is that, okay, the first issue is that there's actually no exact, this phrasing, like minimum number of working hours, doesn't literally exist in the regulation, in the Vivaldi handbook. And sorry, okay. So, okay, this doesn't literally exist, and also we're basically referring to one number that is then again referring to another number. So, in our opinion, this is a bit unclear to the average member of BEST, and we would like to simplify this procedure. So, this is basically how it looks right now. I'm not sure if it's visible. And yeah, it's not very clear. So our recommendation would be to cut the middle step with the minimum number of working hours, and instead refer directly from the to the recommended number of working hours, which is the one that most LBGs are aware of. However, this also results in that the middle step, that the minimum working hours, if they would, like if this percentage would change, the suspension limit, basically, that is proposed in RAE, would not change accordingly. So that's one caveat of this. But however, we also believe that it will make it simpler to understand what exactly is this limit to for an LBG that they need to organize. Then the last proposal is proposal P41, which is about removing an inconsistency regarding sending of registered letters to LPGs that are facing exclusion. So right now, it is written in the regulations that we need to send registered letters to LPGs that are facing exclusion, and it's defined when we should send this for if we have a voting for exclusion on a GA, and it's also written what should happen if it's an automatic exclusion on any GM. However, it's not explicitly written when this registered letter should be sent for baby members or suspended members that are facing an automatic exclusion proposal. So our proposal is simply to update one letter in one of the paragraphs and basically update the reference from GA to GM. So that basically for all the cases, the board would need to send the registered letter 2 months before the actual GA, GM would start. So questions on those two?
One, two, three. Now that you're awake, any questions? Going once. Going twice and sold. Too bad. I was looking forward to you proving the mathematical formula via long division. Okay, well, so these were some rather technical proposals, but I think, as I said in the morning, it's still important to have a well-oiled regulation system that doesn't have these inconsistencies, because when your LBG gets suspended because of a loophole in the regulations, it's probably not that funny anymore. So thank you, Florian, for working on this. So we are heading to the almost two final sessions of the block. I know we are a bit over time, so I'd really like to thank you for bearing with me, and also in general still having like good discussions and so on. Nevertheless, I think you could use maybe a little bit of extra energy. So I think it's time to find out who the thieves of the hammer are. And I did, yeah, it, it turns out that those closest to you hurt you the most when you don't expect it.
Hi. Okay, so I noticed before that the speakers were dancing like these dancing games and they were looking really nice. So maybe they can dance something more. And of course, whoever wants to join can join in the middle, so you can lead the way, and the rest of the plenary you can follow them.
Come on, let's go. Come on.
Okay, you're all gonna have to give me a minute now, so. Okay, everybody take your seats when you're done. A bit of workout on GA is not a bad idea. And I think my workout partner Oscar also has some small clicker news for you.
Indeed. So we have another clicker, which is not the one you saw in the first day. And I noticed that quite some people are confused about operating it. So this is how the clicker looks like. This is where you grab it from. And the most important part, you have two buttons, which have arrows, right? The arrow pointing away from you is the button for the previous slide. And that's why it's confusing, because it doesn't make sense. So the button for the next slide is the one pointing towards you. Then you have two more buttons. Please don't touch them. And this is it. Happy presenting. Thank you.
See, we have is that a finger from Javier and Gianluca, or they were just rolling? How can you have a two finger? You cut, okay, good idea. Cool. So for the last presentation block of today, we're gonna have kind of a fun one, more inspirational, out of the box, and it's called LTAP, which stands for Let's Talk About Best. And it's for different kind of topics which do not really fit into the traditional scheme. So I think we have an intro from Zurita first. Take the floor.
Yeah, apparently today I wanted to be here in the middle, so one more presentation from me. In this case, let's talk about best. So let's start by this. How many of you have ever listened about this? Do like this. Okay, how many of you have seen before an LTAP in a GM? Do like this. Okay, quite some new people. Nice. So I did a bit of research for this presentation because I was feeling a bit like bored. And I found this beautiful schedule. And there, if I manage to click, you can actually see that there's this blog that is called Let's Talk About Best. So the tricky thing is that it comes from GA 2002. I was checking before and it didn't happen earlier. So today, here we are doing 15 years of LTAP. Afterwards, this was also moved to the email. I was also checking when it was created, and indeed it didn't happen before. So it's quite a long tradition that we have in Best, and that today, once more, we're going to share all together. So what is exactly LTAP? Well, when we are talking about LTAP, we're talking about discussing. We're talking about seeing where Best should go. We're talking about problems that we have or new ideas that we want to explore. New ideas is what at the end is pushing the organization forward and is what making us develop. And at the end, while we are doing this, again, impact. That's what we are always trying to look for, having an impact in Europe. So in this session of LTAP, in this edition, we are going to have it split it into blocks. There will be one today and one tomorrow, so I will surely let you know what will happen today and what will tomorrow so that you have the overview. So today we will have Is Best Still Attractive from Susana, and also Let's Talk About GMs by Extra Ola. Then we'll finish it there, which is quite lucky because we are delayed today. And tomorrow we will continue with Ola once again, with a topic called The Voice, quite interesting. We will also talk about the core values of Best by Pablo from Copenhagen, and Pavel from the Caravel has a blank topic. I asked him, do you want a title? He said, no, let's keep it as a surprise. So let's see what Pavel has for us tomorrow. For now, I think I can just welcome Susana, as you will be the first one doing an ELTA presentation.
Hey guys, I would like to ask all of the Polish people to the middle because why not?
Why though?
Oh my god.
Okay, so the topic of my presentation is is best still attractive? And if you're wondering what it means, let me explain. Um, I came to this idea, I started thinking about it, like analyzing the situation, what happened in Gdańsk, because we've noticed that we have less interest and less applications for our projects, for our services. And although we actually were improving our promotion and thinking about some new ways to communicate with students and tell them about our projects, we didn't really see big results, and we started to be afraid of the fact that our projects will have less quality. So I did some statistics and I made some kind of research in all Polish LBGs. That's why they are here. And I decided to pick Poland because we are in the same country and we have the same like the very similar cultural and political situation. We are also like kind of similar LBGs. We have the similar size, and we are most of us are quite old. And I wanted the statistics to be as objective as possible. And of course, also because of the fact that it was the easiest for me to contact them. So these are the statistics from the courses. I actually took it from PA and each one of you can check it. I decided to check how many people applied from all Polish LBGs yearly since 2012. And as you can see in this slide, it turned out that this year it was 51% less applications than 4 years ago in whole Poland. And then I also decided to analyze EBAC. And maybe you can see also here that we also see some kind of decrease. And these numbers are the numbers of teams applying yearly in Poland. And we also saw like there was like 51% less applications than 4 years ago. I promise that I didn't like take these numbers out of my head and like they're like true statistics. It's just a coincidence that it's 51% for both of them. And I started thinking about what can be the reason of this situation. Maybe it's the fact that nowadays we are promoting our events to the Generation Z, so-called, and that, I don't know, they prefer to stay at home and play computer games, or, I don't know, not being involved, and they don't want to develop themselves or something. Maybe it's the fact that actually the world has changed during these years, and our services didn't really change that much, and that we have actually really small innovations in our projects. Maybe it's the fact that we have more and more competitors, and other students' organizations are having a lot of projects which are similar, and students prefer to choose those. And maybe there are some other reasons for this. So, okay, actually, I don't know, but the fact that I analyzed these 5 years, and actually 5 years ago, I was starting my studies in 2012, and I don't really think that the world has changed that much. So why are we having this kind of big decrease in applications and actually in the interest of our projects? I don't know, but if you have maybe some ideas and if you've seen something similar in your LBGs, I would be glad to know about it. That's all. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Thank you, Susanna, for bringing this topic to our attention. So I have some questions. Let's have the first microphone carrier to Maribor in the back, and then LBG Madrid right next to it.
Yes, hi, I'm Nino from LBG Maribor. It's really interesting. It's completely opposite in Maribor. more people join Best than it was 3 or 4 years ago. Sorry. Uh, what else? We have more applications for EBEC, case study team design. So maybe we're a bit behind you. Maybe you're a lot more in front of us. So maybe it's gonna happen in a few years also. So I don't know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the statement. Now Madrid, who is right next to it, on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, hello, Alejandro from LBG Madrid. As you were talking, I checked PA for applications, and I was looking at summer seasons, and I didn't see this trend you are saying. Maybe in Poland it's really steep, but as far as I've seen in the last 3 or 4 summer seasons, the number of applications have been quite constant.
I guess it also depends on the like amount of courses for each season. That's why I analyzed like the whole year.
Okay, thank you. Just by ways of facilitating, can all like front row LBGs who have similar sort of opinions or experiences like that their course applications are going up, can they raise their hands if they had a similar experience? Just to cut some questions. Okay, that's not too many. Okay, so next question will be from, there's two from Vivaldi department. You bring the microphone. It's behind you.
Hello, Angelina from Vivaldi. This is actually an FYI. No, not higher. Sorry, I can't see from far away. An FYI, indeed, there is a slight decline throughout the whole applications. Along with PR department, we actually analyzed the data of the past 5 years or so, and indeed there is a slight decline. Okay. I don't remember the numbers by heart, but I can check them out and you can ask me later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that information. Now LBG Prague. And then LBG Grenoble.
Yeter, LBG Prague, we are facing similar situation. Like we have a coding competition, it's called Unit, and we established it 3 years ago. 3 years ago, it was an amazing event. Actually, the concept is still the same. But we had applicants from the second grades and third grades of the university. But this year, we had a big problem because only the first year students applied, and we have to really like catch them. And I see the situation is because of that like the second grades and third grades work much more than they used to, and their salaries are much higher than they were before. So I think like they lost the motivation to participate in things that they can't actually make money from. But this is just like short point.
Thanks.
Thank you, Prague. Now we'll go to Grenoble and then Moscow.
Hello, Gwendal, LBG Grenoble. We have the same problem mostly for the EBAC actually, and first I think it's mostly due to our way of communicating and motivating people to come. So I think one problem can be the way we communicate with people to motivate them. Well, just my opinion. So.
Thank you, Grenoble. Now we will have Moscow and then Madrid, Carlos III.
Hello, Alexander from LBG Moscow. And my question is, if you just used data from PA for gathering statistics, why didn't you take into consideration overall statistics of all LBGs in Europe to see if it's a global tendency?
Because I don't know, maybe I cannot use PA properly, but I had to check like each LBG at a time and not all of them. And also at the beginning, I wanted to analyze even more. I also wanted to analyze the like recruitment applications, but it turned out that it was hard to gather this data from all of our LBGs, and that's why I only decided to analyze courses and EBAC.
Thank you, Moscow. Now Madrid, Carlos III.
Hello, Laura from Madrid, Carlos III. We have kind of the same situation that you have in Poland, but we realized about that and we tried to find some solutions. We did a survey in our local events, like EVEC, we organized a hackathon, etc., of how had they heard about our events and why they decided to join. And I think it may be like we have observed that events that are fundraised by important companies, they usually receive like lots of applications compared to others that may not be fundraised. And I think it's maybe because the participants' interest is like, okay, I just don't care about the event, I want to get a job, so this will help me.
Thanks.
Thank you. Now we have a question from the caravel in the back, or one finger.
Hello, Clement from the Caravel. So I saw the numbers that you showed, the chart. It was a quite interesting realization. But then again, like we all know that in Best, we have kept the number of available places more or less constant throughout the last 5 years. Like we have the same number of courses, more or less, same number of EBEC events. So the total number of students who actually participate keeps more or less the same, which means that there are a lot of people every year who get rejected. They apply to our events, they get rejected. And so they might think that, well, it's quite hard to get into a best course, so maybe I will not go through the trouble of applying again next year. If you think this is the case, do you think that we should look more at trying to increase the quantity of the activities that we do so that we can reach more people, or keep it the same but raise the quality instead? If you could not have both.
Okay, I personally think that the quality is more important.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. By show of hands, how many OBGs are interested in sort of discussing or working out this topic? Raise your hand high in the air. Okay. Because in total, so those are actually quite some LBGs. You can put your hands down, that's fine. Now, as we are already, went over time in the question round, and organizers are telling us that we do have to go eat at some point, I would recommend that either the people that still have questions approach the Polish LBGs afterwards, or you can also propose a discussion group, either, I think, on the wall in the official discussion group format, or just after dinner in free time, sort of. And yeah, if you want a discussion group, Denise just said to approach us about it. And FYI, the fingers that were still on the list are Idu ID, Thessaloniki, Extra Lazar, Extra Antonio, Riga, Athens, Extra Adam, Extra Carolina, Extra Antonia, Timișoara, Uppsala, Istanbul, Valladolid, and Brussels. So as you can see, still quite a list. And yeah, I think thank you for bringing this idea to our attention. As I think we started saying in the first day, the world outside of us is constantly changing, and I think it's good that you are basically setting a warning sign that maybe there is something we need to adjust if we want to stay attractive as an organization. So thank you, and I hope this gets discussed further. A picture, and then we will go to the last presentation of today. All right, a second. So Extra Ola can get ready for the second LTAP presentation. I guess you're in the middle already. And can we get a microphone here to grants department? They had a bullshit. And we do not want to miss those.
Xenia from Grant Department. I just wanted to say to Polish LBGs that the fact that it's snowing at the end of the April in Poland might have something to do with that.
Proposed discussion group title, Winter is Coming.
Yeah.
So now, Ola, the second speech for LTAP.
Yes. So hello everyone again. This time I kind of took the possibility to talk to you about general meetings, and why I'm doing this is this year, as you might have known, I've been the ambassador of BEST, so it kind of gave me another perspective on how general meetings look in general. And I would like to share with you some point of view, because we have a tendency to stick in our best bubble. And this year actually opened my eyes And that's why I would like to show some examples of how other organizations do their general meetings. But at the beginning, not to be that serious and strict, I would like to everybody to stand up just for 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Because we will be playing a game. And now everybody who is not my friend on Facebook, sit down. Who is not my friend on Facebook, sit down. Okay, why I'm saying this? Because these people who are standing up, you can sit down at the moment. For the whole year, you have been probably saying this, or this, or this, or this, or some other updates. And this is why I have been traveling to general meetings of different organizations, and as somehow like a summary of the whole year, I'd like to show you some examples. So we'll start with the first event that I have a honor and pleasure to attend, which was a general meeting of Asia. This is how our bedroom looked like. So you may imagine a gym 3 times or four times bigger than this one, covered fully with mattresses or even no mattresses but sleeping bags. And this is how 1,000 people were staying for the event. And actually, it was not for free. They paid €50 for participation in it. Then another meeting, which is bonding camp. I've been there with Glenn, a regional advisor, and some of the participants, since the weather was really awesome, were staying in a tent on the camp, and some of the participants were staying in a Baumhaus, which is like a very nice house, hostel. Yeah, and everybody who is the member of bonding had to pay a fee of €55 for participation in the event. Another event, maybe more drastic, this is how the venue of ELSA, so lawyers, General Assembly looked like. As you may see, it's somehow similar to what you have seen on President's meeting in Warsaw. And depending on your accommodation, meaning you are in a single bedroom or double bedroom, you're paying 55 or 35 euro per day. Another example is this team. This was hosted, some congress was hosted in Warsaw as well, and the accommodation was a couple of hostels in the city center next to each other, and they were walking every day 15 minutes to the place where they had sessions, which is our lovely main building of our university that you might have some also in Warsaw in November. The fee for the event was 80 euro. Another thing is ESN, with a fee of 190 euro for only 4 nights. And again, of course, the venue was really awesome, but as you may see, this is not a normal number for us. So, additionally, do you think that these people party hard? They sometimes even party harder than from what I have seen in Best. But what is very important to highlight, there is no free alcohol provided by the organizers, never. No free t-shirts, no deposit. Why no deposit? Because none of them has ever noticed any damages during the event. And nobody is familiar with the concept of crushers. Like when I was telling this to them, they're opening their eyes widely and asking me, but what the fuck, what does it mean? So what do we have in Best? On the contrary, we have venues like this one that we are staying in, or we have nicer venues like in Warsaw on President's Meeting. Sometimes we get free drinks from the organizers. Sometimes we get very nice free t-shirts. And what is our contribution? For sure you will agree.
So I would like to ask you only one, but in my opinion, very important question. And the question is, do we still think we have the right to complain? Thanks.
One. One, two, three. Okay. Any questions? First question. First question, LBG Para, behind you. And then LBG Athens.
Vali from Timisoara. I wanted to ask that since we are now looking for host for GA 2018 and in general for GMs, if you have any proposed solution or if you think we should maybe downscale our GMs a bit.
I don't think that I should be the only person who is proposing the solution. I don't really think that we should downscale the events because what would it mean? Only half of the participants, half of the LBGs can take part in them, or 1/3, or 1/10? How to define it? Who can take part? So on the fourth day of our General Assembly, so in 2 days, we will actually have a very nice workshop, which will be workshop on general meetings progress. If you would like to join, if you're interested in this topic, I highly encourage you to take part in this workshop. I will be the facilitator of it. So, like, taking into consideration that GMs are super important in our organization, I don't consider myself as a valid person to take any decision because why? I think this should be the decision or any discussion taken that is led by the whole organization. If you think that this is an important topic for you, I highly encourage you to join.
Okay, thank you. Now LBG Athens and then LBG Uppsala.
Like LBG Athens, this is a statement, yeah, an opinion. So I'm really not in favor of having fees for general meetings because I think what we have in BEST is what enables us to like contribute more. However, I think that we may be a bit spoiled, indeed. And I would like to agree with Ola. We should stop bitching about silly stuff like, okay, I don't have like extra cookies for the coffee break or something, and like just enjoy what we have.
Thank you. We have a two-finger in the back, I think from Groningen. Can someone run there, please?
Hey, Duncan from OBG Groningen. Although we are very new to GMs, we actually think it would be maybe interesting to put, or to LBGs to think about paying for GMs, not maybe 50 euros, maybe a bit lower, and with the same sort of pay rates as summer courses where lower bracket LBGs would pay less. Obviously, I'm not saying I'm going to propose it or anything, but it'd be something to think about.
Okay, would you like to respond? If not, then we will have the next question from, I think Uppsala still had to go. Yes. And then LBG Prague.
Fergus from LDG Uppsala. Thank you for the very interesting presentation. Do you think, what is your perception? The fact that the participants of those general meetings pay a fee make them to feel more responsible towards the preparation? I mean, do you feel like they prepare more because they have invested money into attending the event? Do you feel like their contribution is higher in those events, or?
It differs from organization to organization. And also, I cannot call myself a very objective person when saying that 100 of participants were totally prepared or not. Because usually, when going to events, I was hanging out with the people who really cared, like boards, ambassadors, or the ones who were like involved in the decision-making process. So maybe I do not have that objective view. However, what I noticed that a lot of people really value what they have, and even though they only like pay for some sort of accommodation, they somehow feel, how to say it, like GM is the thing for them. So they really see that there is a need for their contribution, for them to be active. But yeah, anyway, this is not like 100% case. And
Okay.
also,
Thank you.
there
Please
are,
keep
no,
the answer a bit short.
I cannot, like, because
Okay.
one additional thing. The only thing is that, the other thing is that not always member as a physical person pays the fee. Sometimes their local group or their national group pay the fee for them or give them a reimbursement of 80 or 90%. This is also the case.
Okay, thank you. We still have one fingers on the list from Prague, Wroclaw, Copenhagen, and Cluj-Napoca. However, well, Copenhagen has cut, for instance. However, we're really hitting the time limit of what's possible for today. So as you said that there was a discussion group where people can continue this, I would really recommend that people go for this because indeed this is a very interesting topic, especially because there are no announced GM hosts for the next few rounds. I think it is a really good time to figure out if there is a way to change that. So thank you for planting that idea, Ola, and I hope you all discuss it further. Thank you. Okay, so we have a okay. All right. So we have a small logistical issue. The thing is that organizers have informed us that we have to eat before 9:45. Otherwise, there will be no eat tonight. So yeah, I'm like thinking that I want some food. However, we still have a very important session, which is the confirmation session for the next board, which we cannot move to tomorrow because then other things in the schedule will run in delay. So what we propose to do is to stop the session here. We will go for food, but then we want you to come back to plenary for a 20-25 minute session where we do the confirmations. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, that's really awesome. Thank you very much. Wait. I'm not, I'm not done just yet. Okay, so what's the time that? Okay, so we would like everybody back at the plenary at 10, and then we will try to proceed with the confirmations as fast as possible. I think there's no urgent announcements, Oscar. Can you please still sit down? I know it's urgent, but the meeting finishes when it finishes. We have an urgent announcement.
Right, so announcements. Samuel from Brno, Ruben from Porto, Ogi from Belgrade to the board table before dinner, please. And also Laura from Barcelona, Ogi from Belgrade, Samo from Brno, Peter from Brussels, Vicente from Delft, Freya from Coimbra, Branislav from Bratislava,
Okay, I would like to begin with an apology for the rush at the end of the last block. We got a bit in trouble because at some point there was an extra constraint that we had to eat before 21:45. We were not really informed of this beforehand, and it's not what we agreed with the location. So we will see for the next days if we can somehow renegotiate or deal with this. But for now, I'm sorry we had to rush. However, I do want to remind you of the last presentation we had from Extra Ola, which had the last slide, what do we have to complain about? And ultimately, we just had a free dinner. We are at a free event. And okay, it's 10 p.m., but you've been working at 10 p.m., I'm sure, before. And I, for one, am very happy that I can share this plenary with you still at 10 p.m. I see that you agree, and I just want to say that I'm very proud of that. There's only one real block scheduled, and it is the confirmations of the candidates for the international board. So without further ado, let's get to it. So, how this is going to work? As you noticed, the microphone carriers ran a marathon this morning. We're not going to do that again. Instead, the people who were put on the spreadsheet, so who were nominated, if they are in the room, they will stand up when I say their name, and you will say one of three options. Either I accept, I decline, or I postpone. So I will read your name, you stand up, and you do one of the three. If the person that was elected was not in the room, for instance, Superman, I think he's not in the room, then the person who nominated him will stand up. And you were responsible for checking if Superman or other people are interested in running for the next Board of Best. So we expect that reply. Is that clear for everybody? Okay. And yeah, it's late enough, so I'm sure we can try to keep the bullshit to a minimum. Okay, so let's start. For the candidates for president, let's go over them. The first one is Ola, ambassador. She postpones. The next one is Gustavo, ambassador. Congratulations. Moving on, Clemente from Lisbon. He postpones. Gabor from Budapest. He declines. Zoltan's mother. Unfortunate. Santiago Morales from Madrid. Antonia from Bucharest. Mario from Rome TV. Oh. Mathieu from Ghent. He declines. Dobre from Skopje. He postpones. Batman from Gotham. He postpones. Alejandro from Madrid. Pragon from Copenhagen. All right. Elias from Madrid Carlos III. Marcin from Gliwice. Miguel Fernandez from Graz. He declines. Krish from Krakow. He postpones. Fergus from Uppsala. He declines. Turgut from Izmir. He declines. Yaya.
Postpone.
He postpones. Superman from Metropolis. He postpones. Joao Palmeiro from Lisbon. He declines. Martin from St. Petersburg. He postpones. Stathis from Thessaloniki. He declines. Samo from Brno. He declines. Asia from Łódź. Walid from Turin. He declines. Santa Claus from the North Pole. He declines. Marcin from Gdansk. Declines. Jorge from Aige. Indeed, Aige is not yet a member LBG of Best, so we don't actually care if he accepts or not. Hector from Las Palmas. What's up? Keep the speech short, please. That's way too long. I think he declines. Yeah. Alex from Patras. He declines. Patrick from Wroclaw. Postpones. Coffee from Wroclaw. Hussein from Oray. He declines. Branislav from Bratislava. Postpones. Honorio from Barcelona. He declines. Magda from Warsaw. She postpones. Pablo from Copenhagen. He declines. Patri from BCC. Internet from GA. Good replies. Natasha from Novi Sad. Postpone, I think. Yes. Right. Dalma from Chivo. Declines. Angelina from Thessaloniki. She postpones. Ace from Thessaloniki. Yeah, what's the answer? Oh, postpones. Okay. Dragana from Skopje. She postpones. Ania from Riga. She postpones. Pini from Valladolid. Postpones. Xenia from St. Petersburg. All right. Gianluca from Rome. He declines. Arnold from Graz. Matteo from Rome TV. What was that answer? I also remind you that you cannot take back. Okay, good. He declines. Monica from Wroclaw. She postpones. The Walk from Erlangen. He's needed in the kitchen, probably. Casanova from Brasov. Declines. Susanna from Gdansk. She postpones. Okay, that finishes the 60 plus nominations for president, and we have a bunch of people that are postponed, but we have one candidate so far, Gustavo, ambassador. Moving on to the treasurer candidates. First one, Marcin from Gdansk. Postpones. Masht from Barcelona. He accepts. Christina from Thessaloniki. She declines. Patka from Krakow. She postpones. Natasha from Skopje. She postpones. Nagia from Athens. She declines. Frankiszek from Prague. Declines. Gianluca from Rome. He declines. Little Finger from the Fingers. He declines. Nicola from Niš. He postpones. Gustavo from Amada. He declines. Jean-Paul from Polytechnique. He declines. Javier from Valencia. He declines. The Ghost of Emre from the Caravel. He declines. By the way, when you're responding with nominations or whatever, please stand up when you're doing it. So Yaya from Lyon.
I decline.
He declines. Vanya from Zagreb. Vanya from Zagreb. He declines. Yeah, from General Electric. She postpones. Timi from Cluj-Napoca. He declines. Erasmus from Rotterdam. Declines. Anna Maria from Chisinau. Responds. Gabor from Budapest. Declines. Claudia from Madrid Carcero. She declines. The Greek LBGs from Greece. I'm gonna take that second answer. Martin from St. Petersburg. He postpones. The best credit card, Nagia's purse.
It's credit card, not cards, one of them.
I'm sure they often do. Sara from Delft. Declines. LBG Turin from Italy. Maaike from Bonding. I couldn't hear that. Okay, she declines. So that brings us to the end of the treasure candidates, and we have one candidate, Masht from Barcelona. Just to be sure that I mentioned it, tomorrow there will be another and final confirmation round where we will also return to the people who have postponed. Moving on to secretary. Katarina from Bratislava. She postpones. Dragos from Brasov. He accepts. Next one is Tom from Leuven. Declines. Lord of the Rainbows from Membership Department. Postpones. Antonio from Amada. He postpones. Natalie from Patras. She declines. Lukia from Athens. She declines. Denise from Izmir. She postpones. Carolina from Almada. She declines. Filipa from Lund. Declines. Adam from Krakow. Postpones. Arnulf from Graz. He declines. Gianluca from Rome. Declines. Veronica from Chisinau. She accepts. Next one is Pavel from Gdansk. Pavel from Gdansk postpones. Basil from Stockholm declines. Tarvo from Tallinn decline. Strahinja from Niš postpones. Nino from Maribor declines. Joao Palmero from Lisbon declines. Timi from Cluj-Napoca postpones. Sortino from Turin declines. Belli from Serbia declines. Cool. That brings us to the end of the secretary confirmations, and we have 2 accepted candidates so far: Dragos from Brasov and Veronika from Chisinau. Moving on to the VP for Human Resources. First is Siri from Lyon. Declines. Marcin from Gdansk. Declines. Gianluca from Rome. Postpones. Sara from Aveiro. Sara has apparently not arrived yet, but I'm told that that will happen soon. Next one is Domi from Maribor. Declines. Petra from Turin. Declines. Natalia from Patras. Declines. Boni from Porto. Declines. Antonio from the United Nations. Declines. Orfea from Thessaloniki. He postpones. Xenia from St. Petersburg. Postpones. Narcisa from Brasov. She accepts. Fergus from Uppsala. He accepts. Next one is Ingrid from Aalborg. Declines. Edwin from Podgorica. Postpones. The Countess from last night. Unfortunately, last night is not one of our member LBGs, so we're going to have to decline. Maybe this night, we'll see. Arnold from Graz. He postpones. Krevna from Maribor. Postpones. Marta from Gdansk. Decline. Yeah. Serena from Rome. Declines. Mariniki from Athens. Declines. Son Goku from Earth. And declines. Milica from Niš. She postpones. So that brings us to the end of the VPHR nominations, and here we have 3 candidates: Sara from Aveiro, Narcisa from Brasov, and Fergus from Uppsala. Congratulations. See, this is going pretty fast. So VP projects. First name, Dominic from Maribor. Declines. Nico from Helsinki. Postpones. Ekin from Istanbul. She declines. Arnul from Graz. Postpones. Georgia from Thessaloniki. Postpones. Francesca from Rome. Postpones. Adrian from Madrid Carlos III. Postpones. Gloria from Porto. She declines. Paco Orfeas Caravel. They decline. Ogi from Belgrade. Postpones. Dudu from LBG Stupid. Postpones. Nicolena from Athens. Postpones. Antonio from Amada. Postpones. Alejandro from Madrid. Declines. Davor from Vienna. Declines. Elias from Madrid Tercero. Declines. Gianluca from Rome. Declines. Yopi from Tampere. Postpones. Balash from Budapest. Declines. The best educational platform, a strategic project.
Decline.
Declines. Xenia from St. Petersburg. Postpones. So that brings us to the end of the nominations slash confirmations for VP projects. At the moment, we have no candidates, but a bunch of postponements. So suspense for tomorrow. Moving on to VP services. First pick is Antonio from Almada. He accepts. Next is Palmero from Lisbon. Declines. Gianluca from Rome. Declines. Nachisa from Brasov. Gabor from Budapest. He accepts. Domi from Maribor. Postpones. Mariana from Avero. Postpones. Aviaras from Kaunas. Postpones. Jitter from Prague. Declines. Alex from Patras. Postpones. Roja from Lisbon. Declines. Cardoso from Lisbon. Declines. Elias from Madrid Carlos III. Postpones. Close. Georgia from Thessaloniki. Declines. Zurita from Valencia. Postpones. Galina from Moscow. Postpones. Cherina from Zurich. Declines. Hania from Maribor. Declines. Nermania from Vienna. Declines. Maxim from Leuven. Postpones. Christian Grey from 50 Shades. Okay, so the reply was he declines, but he's interested in bonding. Um, I think Angelina from Thessaloniki was not. She declines. Mariniki from Athens. She declines. Okay, that brings us to the end of the VP for services. We have two applicants, Antonio from Almada and Gabor from Budapest.
I'm not 50% right now. You'll get there. If I have a second to think about it, I can do it. But like on the spot, we can just put a post.
All right, and the final position was, I think, one of the more anticipated ones, VP LGS. So from RA or team or something, Bonnie from Porto. Postpones. Billie Jean from Belgrade. He declines. Joao from Coimbra. Postpones. Ines from Amada. Declines. Ola from What's Your Problem? She declines. Francis from Rome. He's busy. We decline. Now, Vitka from Lisbon. Postpones. Palmeiro from Lisbon. Florian from Region 12.
I decline.
Declines. The Flag from Louvain-la-Neuve. Suffering from a burnout and must decline. Mariniki from Athens. Maxim from Leuven. Postpones. The microphone carriers from GA 2017. I guess in the back somewhere. Okay, declines. Copenhagen from Denmark/Sweden. Declines. Neva from Ljubljana. She declines. Vicente from Delft. Postpones. Imbuto from Ensta. Declines. Xenia from Parachutes. Postpones. Pedro from Lisbon. Declines. Hussein from Izmir. Postpones. Joanna from Łódź. Declines. Pablo from Copenhagen. Declines. Raxmi from Ensta. Postpones. Wi-Fi from Cisco. Offline declines, I guess. So declines? Bacalao from Lyon. Yeah, postpones. Tom from Leuven. Declines. Ilaria from Rome. Declines. Gianluca from Rome. Postpones. Domi from Vienna. Domi from Vienna. Declines. Denise from Podgorica. Can you say that again? He declines. Zino from Brno. He declines. Arnold from Graz. Declines. Elena from Riga. Postpones. Kartik from Tampere. Declines. Stanis from Thessaloniki. Postpones. And Patricia from Porto. Declines. So that means we got to the end of VPLGS confirmations, and we have one candidate, Mariniki from Athens. So I believe you remember sort of who was nominated, so I will not go over the list. We will do that tomorrow for the next nomination round. I'd just like one more round of applause for all the people who accepted for the next board. Now, for a practical thing for the board candidates, the speeches will be on day 5, which means that the deadline for your motivation letters and CV to be sent, and they have to be sent to the address board.ga@best.eu.org, is the 30th of April at 11 Central European Time. So that means on day 4, very late in the evening, is the deadline for your motivation letters and CVs. So that brings us to the end of the confirmation round, but we will first have some announcements from Oscar.
Announcements. If Dobre wants his badge back, he has to twerk in the middle of the plenary. So looking forward to that. LBG Timișoara should take better care of their binder. We will think of a punishment, but for now come to the coffee break place after this block. Agent of Chaos to the middle to take a photo. Simbas also to the middle to take a photo. And now, a word from Cristina, our finance officer.
Can we get a microphone to... Thank you.
Yes. First, I lost the paper with my position, so if someone finds it, just give it to me. Once this, and the second, don't forget tomorrow to bring your LBG devs and give it to me until the coffee break or lunch. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Cristina. And now an announcement from Yaya.
Okay, I will also. I'll also need Florian, Antonia, Domi, Dragana, Angelina, Xenia, Ola, Narcisa, and Raxmi to the middle, please. Like, quickly. All right, so on day 4, you will have some training and discussion group in the morning. And after that, this year, as you probably received an email, we'll try to have some out of the plenary activities in parallel to the plenary. So basically, one delegate from your LBG is allowed to subscribe to those out of the plenary sessions. There's just a couple of rules. So if you have only one delegate, you have to attend the plenary. You cannot go to the out of plenary and leave your nobody to listen to the plenary. And the second rule is that there should be always one person from your LBG, and you don't have to attend the out of the plenary. However, the plenary is mandatory. Is that clear? Or okay, seems pretty clear. Cool. So I'm gonna leave those 2 flip charts here for tonight, and you will be able to subscribe to a couple of sessions. Be careful that the sessions are not overlapping. It's like an agenda. You cannot put something that is at the same time because you cannot duplicate yourself. And now I'm going to leave the word to the people that will have the session so they're able to explain what they're going to do, like in one sentence or so.
Okay. So one of the blocks will be an LBG show. So basically, some LBGs will present their LBGs, and some other LBGs will present some cool things that they're doing. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
The same things happens with another 3 of them for FR, PR, and HR. So if you are interested to find out about what the strong LBGs are doing, come to these sessions.
For the PRD workshop, we'll be doing promotional strategy, which is a fun workshop where you learn how to do the basics of promotional strategy. I think it's pretty awesome, so join.
Next is the democracy workshop. We'll talk a bit about democracy, how it works in BEST. We'll talk a bit about decisions and why decisions matter in BEST. And next is the power of the plenary workshop.
So basically what Dragana said, it's merged with a second part about the power of the plenary invest. Basic values of a direct democracy, the value of each vote, the weight of each vote, all these issues, they are going to be discussed.
The next workshop, general meetings progress. was somehow announced already. So if you would like to shape the reconstruction or make a change on our approach towards general meetings, you're highly recommended to, you're invited.
We will also have a workshop from competitions department. It will be about golden cogwheel, how to work with the achievements and how to implement them in your LBGs. If you attended it in Spring RMs, it would be better to don't attend. So think about it.
And we'll also have a local LTSP workshop where we will talk about the importance of having local LTSP and about how to build it.
Okay, so I will do the session Define Your RM. So basically it's to improve the regional meeting and to find new ideas.
All right, just a couple of extra rules that I didn't mention. So if you don't want to be in the plenary at this point, that's fine, but still you have to attend the session. It's not like you can go to one session and after go sleep in your room. If you don't want to attend only one, you subscribe to one, but then you have to come back to the plenary. Is that clear? We will have people checking the attendance in all the workshops, and if you're not there, we'll count you as absent for the block. Clear? All right. The second thing is for the democracy workshop and the power of the plenary, it's better if you attend the whole stream because the sessions are kind of connected. So if you subscribe to either one of the two, try to attend the other. And the last thing is that on the left you will have the first block to subscribe to, and on the right you have the second block. So those are not in parallel. There will be a first block and then a second block. There's a lot of rules. I hope you still got the point. Yeah? Okay. Thank you, guys. And if you need any clarification, just come to me. I will try to explain. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much, Yaya and the rest in the plenary. And now announcement from Paco, which I'm guessing is about LTSP.
So hello again, everyone. Do you know that tomorrow morning we have the LTSP session, but maybe some of you still don't know where are they supposed to go, to which sessions and so on. So it won't be explained tomorrow who is going where. The organizers were printing the list with all the participants and they are hanged in the coffee break area. So for the ones that were subscribing by hand or the ones that didn't manage to subscribe during all the period of time we gave, they were assigned randomly to the sessions, so please check it carefully. And even if you are more or less sure where are you supposed to go, just check it just in case. Good for you?
Thank you, Paco. And now some more announcements.
Oh, sorry. 2 fingers from Avi from the board.
Okay. Please all bring your pens to the LTSP sessions because you will need to write things on post-its and we don't have 300 pens. So remember to bring a pen or something to write on post-its.
Thank you, Evie, for the clarification. And now some more announcements. We were asked by the plenary for all the presenters to prepare slides with bigger fonts and higher contrast. Apparently, the beamers are not quite as strong as we expected, so please do that, and this will help the plenary actually understand your message better. Then, if you are looking for merchandise, you can approach to the flip chart near help desk. Also, you can add your own merchandise by writing the product name, price, and the deliverer with the LBG name down. Then I was also asked if there's going to be, if the nomination spreadsheet is going to be to send to LBGs. I am going to attach the nomination spreadsheet to the stream so that people can see it and also cheer for their favorite candidate. Slides with the outcomes from department commissions to be sent to Natasha tonight before the party. Also, somebody lost this. It doesn't have a name, which means that you are not paying attention to the presentation in the beginning of the GA, where you are asked to write your name. And then Matteo lost his ID in the supermarket. Go get it if you haven't already. All project coordinators who want to participate in International Rally and didn't approach Extra Mateus or Sergio yet should do it during this evening. Maxime from membership team, Hania from EduID, Extra Marcin, please approach Florian at the board table before dinner. After dinner. Oops. LBGs with membership cases tomorrow, please approach Florian at the table after dinner. And now one more thing.
So we had quite a long day today, even longer than the one yesterday, but I think at the end we managed to achieve all we wanted to. And we saw a lot of places where we could improve our organization. We saw some cases where LBGs had to struggle with coping with their responsibilities. And then we had all the departments show exactly what they did over the past year, what they could achieve, and also what they couldn't achieve. And this brings me back to the question I asked you this morning, which is, how can my skills and experience benefit others? So now again, I'm going to ask you what I asked you yesterday. Think about this for a minute and try to write this down somewhere where you can keep it safe and you can review later. How can my skills and experience benefit others? And also try to think about it later in the evening. How can I action on this directly? Perhaps you can approach somebody during this GA already. Perhaps you can give feedback to somebody, or perhaps you can check out your inbox and see who asked for your input recently and contribute like that. So yeah, let's try to think about it for a bit now. Okay, so I hope now you are able to have an idea of what you are able to contribute to the organization. Again, you don't have to be very experienced, you don't have to be very skilled, you don't have to have special properties in order to be a superhero. Anybody in this plenary has the skills and has the experience to help other people out. So think about this. And thank you for your attention. And now, a message from the organizers.
Organizers, you can come to the middle. Yes, Monica, run.
Cool. Okay, so I have a few announcements. Maybe let's start with the internet. I know, so even the internet at our plenary declined running for a board. The owner probably repaired it, so you should be able to connect to the internet at the accommodation place, because we already checked it, so I hope that it will be working today. But remember that it declined. Okay, another one, which is really important, because during first day, some of you didn't check in properly and also didn't pay the deposit. I think that some of you know who I am talking about, so please approach the organizers in pavilion number 1, in room number 15, if I remember correctly, in the same place when we have check-in. If not, I will find you.